The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Navat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo, he left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshenk, by the way, that indicates that he did, in fact, make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text, is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdoms, especially in terms of its military activity throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well-documented of the northern kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of the most fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. A fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death. but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second two sections, Nach, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators were out different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting, where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the annals of the kings of Judah, the annals of the kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about, palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time, exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so, approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonging to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that it overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel and place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, of King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and the familial, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel and the Assyrians. Thank you very much for watching.
I moved to Texas about 2 years ago, and before I moved here, I was living with my grandma, and I liked living with my grandma a whole lot, but I had to move out. It was time. I had to move out.
Let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on the economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and then ritual life. But for now, economics. Now let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicolas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and in brackets, Ruth and Boaz. And obviously it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with that magnificent yellow cloak, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in the gleaning. That is the biblically mandated leaving behind of various sheaves and whatever happens to fall on the ground during the harvest season. And you get this kind of bucolic feel of the farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and he once went to the post office, and the clerk there was so amazed, an African-American woman, that we had a son named Boaz, who said, "What do you call an unmarried Boaz?" And he said, "You know what?" He said, "Ruthless." Anyway, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Salo Whitmire Barham, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zion. Meaning, it tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture about how they did. You know, the Bible is rife with data about, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated or divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, of a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes on great length, categorizing these, talking about the stipulations of who is eligible and who is required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get that a little bit more when we get to the Talmudic period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. You just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history must have been like, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to make them more compliant with divine mandates, and so on. So we do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for economic history and theory that we discussed here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and, cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, Shomron, believed to be associated with the palace of King Ahab. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. it appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine was in here and who is giving it to whom, I presume which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on, and it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which, as we're saying, Hebrew Yashar, we knew there were taxes. That's pretty much a permanent aspect of human condition. But at least you get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some insight into the economics of the region, but we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Ugarit, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how Jews live economically, how they support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy, or the economy of the Jews of ancient Israel, is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, obviously it's a Christian portrait from ROTHSCHILD, The Trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of like a comic book panel with all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound and has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were settled at that time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over a little over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called arim in Hebrew. We translate them as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. You have a look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic regions. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron and copper, will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have so-called Tyrian purple, in Hebrew known as argaman, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline, and it's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the chela, the specific color that they use. Orchards, you have textiles that are very big products, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho. Very, very important export. The Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in Israel. In terms of commerce, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the area. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmud, for a particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. So, for example, villages that are filled with tanners, and all they do is they tan leather and such. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon. And of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the Civil War. The northern kingdom of Israel in particular begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and then commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. I just want to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the First Temple period. Obviously, it's the stone on the left there. Can you imagine what it must have been like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping life? Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and we'll continue by looking at family life.
This must be like a metaphor about how I'm a man now.
Thank you for that.
Well, God has a very funny sense of humor. God's like, not no way, bitch. Okay. Flag on the play. Alright, so let's talk about this threesome. Yeah. Alright. So it happened. It was with a very high lady, and we met at the
Let's
strip
take a
club.
little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, and that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother, that is, it's matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew, and this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse, and we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective used for all kinds of as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven. Right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest, and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Fascinating. I think we'll talk about that later. But anyway, Jacob and Israel are the same person, and the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. Although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. You can see this in the book of Kings, for example, with a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which was used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. So you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews who were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew, J and Y, on the switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the peoples. So much so that long afterwards you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time we get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms. Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they would often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching.
When I say Mamma Mia, you say Mamma Mia.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in this site and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it and outline it and so on, and then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi says in the Talmud, Tractate Tainus, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish History Lab. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos. And they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So, why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them and discuss them and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name to the little search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too, because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved, and with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world, because I would be deluged even more with comments that are not necessarily helpful. I only want to work with a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more of all the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, and I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things and elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
I named her Toothless from How to Train a Dragon. And let's just say she had teeth when I found her. I really love me some black pussy. Speaking of fried chicken,
let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well, but I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have, of basically Genesis, up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in the magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch with multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other, no one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be. But it's not necessarily what family actually is. So there were elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the families in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality of human experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text gives are moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for them in the ancient period, but then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that, and then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the beginning of the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, and Civil War, and civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. We're deep in a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to people, and there are occasionally references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Zipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in another context as a Midianite, and there's some dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is your ethnos? To which ethnos does one belong? But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of the family in the world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which I think we won't be able to discuss here for now, but heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half-marriage status, which is called a pilegesh in Hebrew, or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As the Talmud defines it, again, later in the Jewish tradition, we have the definitions that are explained. A concubine may simply be dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, then she has the right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just one second when we talk about divorce. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of the children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the commentaries. it appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's Midrashim that would adjust that slightly, same with Moses that we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status, and after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reformers introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video. We'll have to come back to in 20th century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important, whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or, as we shall see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved, and Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they may not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, meaning, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, I'm reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators of Mishnah and Talmud, but the women seem to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standards. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either within the shadow of their father, that is, under the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally in a widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. There are men who are protecting women. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is considered to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish a woman's rights as a single person to engage in business, on land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more of this we'll discuss when we speak specifically about women later on in this series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to ascribe, a kind of modern equality to men and women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing that I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is a benign or beneficent patriarchy, if you want to argue that such a thing exists at all. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which was often multi-generational, living in the same household and things like that, is the idea of lineage. Now, the concept of legitimacy in modern terms, like whether or not someone is illegitimate, or to use a more colloquial term, bastard. It has a distinct meaning in the biblical text. There is something called a mamzer, again, more fleshed out when we get to the Mishnah. But the offspring of non-sanctioned relationship is not necessarily disadvantaged in their future lives. The only sanctions are applied, and they're very heavy sanctions, are when a marriage is prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that involves a married woman and someone other than her husband, or a brother and a sister, or a father and a daughter, and so on. But relationships which could conceivably be consummated, but they have not, been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute, relationships that do not result in illegitimate offspring. And in fact, if I can cite my teacher, Rabbi Malevsky, he used to say that one should never cast aspersions at anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, when you look at the biblical line of the Messiah, it runs through some very sketchy relationships when you look at them on the surface. Such as, for example, Judah and his widowed daughter-in-law Tamar, shown here in an extremely, challenging passage in Genesis, but usually is skipped over in grade school because it is really a little bit too racy. Or Boaz and Ruth's status, and then furthermore David and Bathsheba. All of these relationships all invoke certain questions of legitimacy, and nevertheless this is considered the line from which the Messiah will be born in the Jewish tradition. So one should never cast aspersions on anyone's family background. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue with one final discussion of daily life in the Leviticus. We're going to look at ritual life very briefly. Thank you for watching.
Never did drugs or prostitutes. You robbed a grocery store of $11,000 and you didn't spend the money on anything in the
Hello, let us conclude our very brief survey of daily life in biblical Israel by looking at a very important element of daily life, ritual. And this is something which, like most of the topics we discussed here, is much longer and really be the subject of long series, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of key points here for our purposes. First of all, it's important to note that there is a unique belief that goes along with this people that we are following from their earliest origins. And that belief system is typically called Judaism. The history of Judaism is quite complex, and there are a lot of amazing things associated with it. But let's point out just a few really important. First of all, we should note that, and this is often not understood by viewers from the outside, Judaism, of course, its key text is the Torah, which is normally understood to refer to the first 5 books of Moses. If you pick up your typical Bible, whether it is a Jewish Bible, a Christian Bible, of whatever denomination, the first 5 books will likely be Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That is the Torah. When we speak a few weeks from now about the world of the sages, I'd like to come back to this text and talk a little bit more about what it means and how it fits within the overarching structure of Jews and so on. But for the time being, I'd like to point out that there are really 2 Torahs. There is the written Torah, the first 5 books, and then there is the oral Torah, Torah Shabbat, which is, for our purposes right now, basically the series of teachings that are encapsulated in the Talmud. According to traditional Jewish theology, the oral Torah, which is a commentary on, an application of, and a discussion of things which are not necessarily included in the written Torah, is a massive body of teachings which was given to Moses on Mount Sinai, along with the written Torah. And what is definitely true is that it is impossible to understand Judaism without working with both of these texts, the written Torah and the oral Torah, which of course later became written down. We still call it the oral Torah, even though it is in textual form and study structure now. Again, I'm going to put that on pause because we'll come back to that when we start talking about the world of the sages. Now, what are some of the key elements in Judaism that are really important to us in the biblical theory that we're discussing? First is the great emphasis on monotheism, which is such a strong, central thread that runs through all Jewish teaching. There are modern biblical critics who will disagree with the extent of monotheism in the original Torah, but there's no question that as a people, historically, Jews have understood their faith to be essentially monotheism, worshiping one God. Furthermore, this is not a kind of like distant God who either created the world and set it spinning and ignored it as some kind of deist model, and also not sort of like a huge immortal, all-powerful child God, like you have in a lot of the polytheistic faiths, where if you look at the stories of the Greek gods, for example, they're engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character flaws and things like that. This is a God who is deeply involved in history, communicating individually with human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, in the famous negotiation that Abraham has with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of fascinating things in that relationship. It's called a personal theater in the sense that God listens to prayer. That is an innovation that's very strong within early Judaism that we do not see with the same degree in other polytheistic faiths. And finally, massive contribution to world culture, the creation of the Sabbath, or Shabbat in Hebrew. The Sabbath is 1 day off in 7, commemorating creation, is something which the Jews bequeathed to the world through Judaism and made a major impact on the way that we organize our lives and the way we see our relationship to the cosmos as a whole. Now, these are just some basic core ideas in Judaism, but let us not forget, even a cursory familiarity with the Bible will reveal that one should never confuse Judaism and Jew. That is a famous quote by Rabbi. That Judaism may be like fantastic and idealistic and all kinds of things, but Jews don't necessarily live up to those values. So frequently throughout the Bible, really in the Torah itself and in the later sections called the prophets and the writings, you find the Jews, as it were, backsliding, worshipping local Canaanite gods, like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a weather god, very popular in the region. There are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the text, and Jews, for whatever reason, not really the purpose of our discussion today, but for whatever reason, they tend to forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, what about this God? This thing's kind of interesting too. And then they get punished for it, and they go through repentance, and the whole cycle that you see repeating itself over and over again in the Hebrew Bible, and one might argue right up until the But that's all I really want to say for a very cursory look at Judaism right now. We will return to it in much greater detail when we look at the Red of the Sages and think about how Judaism works within the context of the oral faith. Certainly, the Jewish calendar is of extreme importance to this early society in history. It's an agricultural economy, and the 3 pilgrimage holidays signify tremendous meaning within the context of the Torah, particularly the written Torah, but also happen to coincide with the agricultural season. So the glorious bringing of the first fruit on Shavuot, for example, the harvest season, the course, all kinds of interesting things like that. Of course, the most well-known outside of Judaism is certainly the holiday of Passover, which commemorates the departure from Egypt. It's a spring holiday, and we discussed before how it's such an important ritual because at the Seder table, it's a home-based ritual for the family to go through the story of the Exodus. Children must participate and so on. This is, if you look at this fantastic image, this is from the famous and somewhat confusing bird's head Haggadah, 14th century Germany. And one of the unusual things about it is that many, but not all, of the figures represented there have a bird's head instead of a human head. They're clearly marked as Jews. For example, the male figure on the left has a Judenhood, which is an article of clothing a Jew who requires to wear in certain parts of Europe after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. So we know it's a Jew because of that labeling. But why the bird's head? It's most likely related to a hesitancy on the part of Jewish artists to contravene the commandment that prohibits the worship of any graphic representation of Judaism. That has been observed or ignored or reinterpreted throughout the centuries in different ways, but in the 14th century in Germany, apparently the artists must have felt rather sensitive about it, and so rather than portray it off a little bit by preparing the mystery stories. But let's get back to that and we'll go to medieval Ashkenaz when we discuss it. Anyway, I really like this figure image because it clearly is a woman who is baking some of the unleavened bread, the matzah, that's necessary for Passover, and the Jewish figure on the left is the woman is presumably Jewish as well. The Jewish man on the left is saying, "What? $25 a pound?" Which is something that even modern Jews can certainly understand. Okay, let's look finally at the life cycle, and just one quick note here. As we mentioned a couple lectures ago, really important element of life cycle is gender. There's a very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men than with women. There are definitely points of great celebration for women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of the high points, but men generally get more of these. There are life cycle events associated with the first Friday night of a male's birth, and then there's the circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in the 3rd century mosaic in the big upper synagogue of Rabbi, which is a Mesopotamian synagogue. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah ritual, which formally recognizes a male child, as achieving adulthood at the age of majority. Women also have that age of majority at the age of 12 to age of 13, and it happens automatically regardless of any ritual performed in synagogue. A lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple, and so on, and I would like to return to them really when we can discuss them more fully in the context of the oral prayer. For now, looking at the biblical period, I'm going to leave it at this point, and thank you very much for that.
I like your style, Jimmy. What do you do for work? What type of mechanic are you? Is that? Grocery stores, Tony. Yeah, seriously. It's the person. These are for work. I already jumped from mobile web to mobile services. Jimmy, you said you know I don't do that.
Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history in the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points, but really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes and the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. So for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century, and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian documents. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Assyria. Anyways, I wasn't either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make things really clear. So in this amazing monolith, the Perth monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, who will be very important to Israel, there's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the sea coast, which would have been Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Achav, the Israelite, right? Remember Achav, Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel. And he provides the largest single contribution of chariots, 2,000 of them, and 10,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contribution to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Now, contrasted to the southern kingdom and Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they were being represented, so to speak, to use kind of an American motif. I'm recording this, by the way, while they're still trying to figure out who won the 2020 election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult during the 9th century, especially when compared to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a Davidic rule through the tribe of Judah. Obviously, the southern kingdom was ruled by Judah, and they had ongoing conflict Judah over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south. Sometimes they would actually fight with the south. There's a lot of things going on. We also have turnover of the dynasties, as in many cases generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal, destruction going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century, when the kingdom split, until the end of the 8th century, when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrian invasion. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far-off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel. Discovered by Naama Yahalomak, shown here, is this fascinating figurine. It was just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates his clearly of royalty. Very beautifully preserved, little 5-centimeter figurine. Now the big question is, though, he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, it's possible that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the book Obelisk. Could have been Achab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart. Could have been Ben-Hadad of Hazael, which were the foreign kings that ended up dominating the northern part of Israel. Or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Shobal. All of these are possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel, with tremendous dynastic upheaval and regional conflict and foreign invasion and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 from the Assyrians, and we will follow up with some detailed discussions in the next 2 videos. But I want to give you a sense not only of that, but also its relationship to the Babylonian invasion that would occur another couple hundred years later. So here's our heroes in Jerusalem and Samaria, the kingdom of Judah, of course, in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. And we will return, of course, to have a much longer discussion of Jerusalem and Judah in subsequent videos. And then in the north, with the capital in Samaria, you have the kingdom of Israel. Now, to their north is a larger regional kingdom, the kingdom of Aram. At times in alliance with either Israel or even with Judah, and at times hostile. And in fact, in the period that we're describing now, this is when Aram would invade the kingdom of Israel and dominate it significantly. But further north, and remember this northern trend is all following the Fertile Crescent, so it kind of curves around an open-ended hairpin turn and begins to go to the south following the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. you have the kingdom of Assyria, which is based in the very old city of Nineveh, famous from the book of Jonah. And ultimately, Aram would get into trouble with Assyria and would be conquered by Assyria. Are you getting the image now of kind of like the little fish is eaten by the bigger fish, is eaten by the still bigger fish, and so on? If you aren't, think about that, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Aram will swallow up northern Israel, and then Assyria will end up swallowing up Aram, and with it, northern Israel. And then the biggest fish, which we're going to come back to in a few lectures from now, is of course Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire, centered in the city known as Babylon, would eventually take over Assyria, which had taken over Aram, which had taken over northern Israel. And it would have huge consequences for the history of the Jews. But it's also mentioned, however, with the Assyrian invasion, there are two really important population transfers. That's kind of a neutral term. From the perspective of Israel, this is the exile of the 10 northern tribes that we're going to talk about in the very next video. So there's so many times this video, but you get the idea. All these things are all happening at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and it's not the entire population, as we mentioned a couple of times. It is several tens of thousands and particular segments of the socioeconomic profile of the Kingdom of Israel. They are exiled to places like Gozan, the river Tabor, the capital region in Nineveh, and then further to the east, the region of the Medes. These are all where we know that the 10 tribes, or the representatives of the 10 tribes, were exiled to, and we'll follow those up in the very next video. At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their conquered regions, which we see in other parts of their history as well, is not only to remove the local leadership, the elite that could potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships and alliance and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Kuta. There are some questions about their origins, but Kuta is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Kutim, which is plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? Thank you very much for watching.
Chosen out was great. There was a 2-hour-long sets. 2 Saturday, 1 Sunday to make it up to the flag.
Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there are 3 major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Pul, and this is in the 730s. Records indicate in 2 different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel. Those of you who are watching this video without watching previous ones will know that I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically. Just forgive me for it, most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It appears also that the Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled especially in charioteering, and it could be that the supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their record of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290, and this occurred in the years 722 to 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers that you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sanherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, a very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that 2 lectures from now. At any rate, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the evidence from the biblical text and also from ostraca that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And so let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened here? Again, based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, that is the 10 northern tribes, were sent off to these 3 locations. Hamath, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Goshen and nearby river, which as you can see in the middle circle here, and then finally out to the newly conquered region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence. I love these words. Onomastic means proper name, meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like, Jews like including the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the several names of God built into their names itself. Like, for example, the common name Michael, or not the name of one of my kids, but it means Michael, which is who is like God. And so it's very common to have a name like that. Or Kal-El, for example, God Kent. So when you look at some of the ostraca that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 7th century, often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's clearly some Hebrew names, or at least Semitic names included there. Just little bits of pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes these ostraca indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who were active as charioteers. As I mentioned earlier, there seems to have been some history of Jews involved in that particular aspect of the military. There's one possible Jew who was named as a village manager, again supporting the idea that they were hardly enslaved when they were out there. They had the possibility of rising to positions of administrative authority. And one especially fascinating passage that refers to Hosea, very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery, right, paying the ransom for it. This is especially interesting because there is a very long-standing tradition of redeeming captives, the high value of stuff or a commandment that devolves upon Jews that basically says that you have to drop everything to try and redeem someone from slavery. At any rate, these are kind of like just little bits and pieces that suggest that yes, the story has historic validity. Jews were living in these regions that the biblical text and the Assyrian documentation coincides, but unfortunately we don't know a lot about what exactly happened to them. If we look at the map with contemporary political boundaries overlaid, we see that these exiles would have been settled in northern Lebanon, southern Syria, which is not terribly far away from Israel. It's easily conceivable that they could have migrated back over centuries. We see them on the border of Turkey and Syria, perhaps in the Kurdish region, and we see them out in western Iran as well. So most historians assume that the vast majority of these exiles simply assimilated into the larger populations in which they lived. This is actually a very common element of Jewish history, particularly in the diaspora, where Jews over a period of generations simply lose their attachment to their ancestral peoplehood and simply blend in with the populations around them. There are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in this class and we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the First Roman-Jewish War, and especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their group integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not perfectly. So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there is a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him out into the desert and ultimately into Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep, and I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of Jewish history, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant, motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century Hasidic Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, shown here, who is one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality, one of the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them, at the very least, in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal, because after all, Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea of the Hebrew Shalom, the gathering together of the exiles, which we find several times in the biblical text. I'll give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel, Yechezkel. I will take the children of Israel, right? Notably the Bnei Yisrael is the Hebrew term used there, but it has that feeling of the northern kingdom as well, from among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them all around and return them to their land. This idea of the in-gathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no dream," meaning if you want to all come back to Israel and free their state there. Of course, this was stated before Israel as a modern entity became a reality in 1948. Then you have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains and with the flag emblazoned with the Star of David, gathering in all of these tired, oppressed, hungry masses to the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legend of the 10 lost tribes. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the first century before the Common Era and the first century in the Common Era. Josephus and Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. Again, this would be 700 years later after the exile, in their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identities in Iran and Iraq and so on. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there, intact, and waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that you will have multiple opinions. The very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes are not respect. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in Mishnah. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more when we get later on in the series, what is the Jerusalem the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river, Sambatya, which is apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week, and they had all these rolling rocks that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, this mystical river Sambatya would suddenly rest, but because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to Israel. Fascinating kind of things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that develop over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are, who did they become. So for one example, it's just one of many, really. You have them in Japan, you have them in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de Montezuma, who was Portuguese and who had outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition, and like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounded. And he believed that he had come across 10 tribes that had relocated to far-off Ecuador. There were other signs as well. They gave him Jewish food like chicken soup and egg rolls. I made that part up, but I couldn't help it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam, and he reported this to a very important rabbi, Menachem Israel, who was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book. It was translated into English ultimately as The Hope of Israel, in which he argued that the country of England should readmit the Jews because we are now in the flourishing of the Messianic period, when the 10 lost tribes are being discovered. It was central to the thesis, and it created quite a stir, especially when it was translated into English, and many other works were produced that supported it, such as this interesting one here I find especially interesting: Jews in America, or more probable by some additionals to the former conjectures. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10 lost tribes. Okay, I really intend to come back to this topic later on in the series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially pseudo-messianic movements throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. The next video will look at the origins of the Samaritans in Israel. Thanks again, Bill.
Regulars and people in the rotation. I have to say that I want to see more of you, and having you sign up regularly would just be a tremendous hassle for you and for everybody else. So let me be the first and only one that matters to tell you that you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner.
Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century Israel before we move on to discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, in some places it's just a footnote, in other places it's extremely important, is the Samaritan community, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the ancient world. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch back into biblical times, And there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus. In Hebrew, the name of that town is Shem, and especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and has some extremely important moments throughout its history. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end, where there's a discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nations, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This was a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite and the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and it would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon, that's a city, Babylonia is the region of the empire, and a city called Kuta, which will be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature will be called Kutim, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region of Samaria to replace much of the local population for reasons that we have discussed. Now that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well-known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all the other Jews, but there was a conflict over who was going to be the high priest. And Eli, who figures very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel, he took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law in them, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Har HaGerizim, from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, say they just kept moving along with their original Torah, and so they don't hold with any of this foreign importation theory. They believe that they are actually the original Israelites who are observing the old-time religion, and it is the rest of the population of Israel who are the innovators who have perverted the traditional religion. It's fascinating, and of course the material goes so far back, there are no written sources for this, but nevertheless this is a very different account of their origins. Not surprisingly, the Samaritans and the Jews, the people living in Judah and Benjamin, and the people living now in the Assyrian-dominated northern part, the northern kingdom of Israel, are not getting along so well. There's all kinds of conflicts between them that just expand over the centuries, as we shall encounter as we go through these lectures. But we should note that the religion that the Samaritans practice is very similar to Judaism in a lot of ways. They have, for example, a Torah, which is in many ways really close to the Torah that the Jews revere. It also shows evidence of being closer to the Greek translation of the Torah, a few other interesting things like that. But obviously there are massive diversions. For example, the 10 commandments are actually the 9 commandments, because a few of them are combined to get a smaller count, although coveting is actually increased. They make coveting a little bigger and separated out different kinds of coveting. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is the reverence for Mount Gerizim. And of course, on that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with Har Zion, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Fascinating kind of differences between them. Also, huge difference, the Samaritans lack the oral Torah, which is so central to understanding Judaism. We're going to come back to that in about 4 lectures or so and try to understand what is the oral Torah, how does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion, and so on. But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, but without the oral Torah. And as you can see, even from their mode of dress, holding up the Sefer Torah, there are certain similarities that, harmonies between them. That harmony was not always achieved in real life. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as we move through the Babylonian and the Roman period in particular. But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud, there is a long-ranging debate that seems to take a couple centuries to resolve on the question of who are these Hutim? Who are these people, the Samaritans? Again, they're named in the Talmudic tradition after the city of Hutim. There's a body of rabbis who feel that, no, they did actually accept the Torah when they came to the land of Israel. Other rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear. According to the biblical account, they were attacked by lions, they didn't know what to do about it. So and conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion is not valid. And so there's a long debate going on. There's some really interesting discussions there. Do you count them, for example, as a quorum to say the special prayers when saying a blessing after a meal? Do they count in that or not? Essentially, do they count in a minyan? Fascinating kind of question. In the end, the conclusion is no, the rabbis do not consider the teaching to be Jews, but the fact that they have this long-running discussion is indicative of how close they came to that status. There's ongoing political and social tensions, in particular when there is a triangular power relationship, when there is a third party like the Persians, or like the Greeks, or like the Romans who are involved, and the Samaritans and the Jews sometimes find themselves jockeying against each other for power within a larger context. And there's some fascinating stories also according to the Talmud about the Samaritans interfering with some basic Jewish communications, such as lighting fires on the top of mountains as signal flares to indicate the beginning of a new month by the sighting of the moon in Jerusalem, but lighting them at different times, which threw off the communication system completely. It's kind of like people, making prank calls or something like that, or robocalls, or maybe not exactly the robocalls, but you get the idea. One last detail, which comes from the first century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritans were regarded. It is, of course, the parable of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out. There are hospitals named after the Good Samaritan and so on. The parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's like mugged and bleeding on the road. And you can see here in this particular picture by one called Brendan. I don't know who that is, but I think it's a fascinating picture. And several other Jewish figures walk past him, right? He's a Jewish guy lying, bleeding on the road. And there is a Kohen who walks by and says, oh, I don't want to get involved. And there's a Levite who walks by and says, no, I don't want to get involved. And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, oh my gosh, this man is hurt. I better take care of him. He picks him up, takes him to an inn, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel is written, the Samaritans were basically the enemies of the Pharisees. They were people that they never got along with. And the point in the book of Luke is that it is the Samaritan, it is the person who is least likely to help out, who actually helps the stranger. And the other people let him down. And so it is a good Samaritan, with the emphasis on the word Samaritan. Or if you want, it's a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others. That's so surprising about the book of Luke. We're going to talk a lot more about reading the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but for the time being, I just want to read it here. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritans a lot as we go through the Persian and the Greek and the Roman period, but for now I just want to say thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video.
Make some noise for your next bucket pull, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike Gleason, everyone. Mike Gleason. How's it going? My friends say that I'm really hard to get gifts for. I don't think it's that hard to hop online and Google things to get from people with yellow teeth. You are 100% right. Let me clarify. Also,
Where we left off in the biblical narrative, the northern kingdom of Israel has been destroyed, and a significant number of its population, most likely males, leadership level, involved in the military, perhaps in camps, have been taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom known as Judah that will retain some degree of self-governance between the years that it is invaded by King Sennacherib in the year 701 before the Common Era, until it will be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn now to the south and try to understand what happened to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and later the Babylonian invasion. So the king that is responsible for invading Judah at this point is Sennacherib. He ruled from the year 705 to the year 681, and 701 is the key year for his invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually recorded not only in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians, a number of prisons, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel, that was completely devastated by Sennacherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show their obeisance. Just giving you a sense of what it must have been like to have been conquered by Sennacherib at the time. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Hizkiyahu, Hezekiah, by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Hizkiyahu creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century, these Siloam tunnels that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in these terrible sieges that would occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sennacherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between the year 701 and 586, when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy in Judah. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings were recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, Yeshayahu in Hebrew, who is shown here in this remarkable ceiling painting by Tiepolo that shows a famous scene at the very beginning of the book of Isaiah where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens among the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with the court of kings to put them on the straight and narrow, and others seem to be like just popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the illusion to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous of them. Also note in this interesting painting that he's holding open a codex, an early book. Highly unlikely he would have a book in his form, more likely it would be a scroll, but also unlikely is it the author's attempt to perhaps draw Paleo-Hebrew characters. That is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have from this period. It's actually gibberish. Those are not letters at all. Other artists, such as Rabbi shown here, portrayed Isaiah more accurately, at least in terms of his Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has Greek on the top and a very Christological kind of reference, and some carefully placed little white blocks with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll which actually has, in Hebrew, a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined. And if you look at the first word there, it says kisfu, which means open up. But the final letter is written just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a race, which is a nonsense word. But nevertheless, at least there's a much greater attempt here. I'm quite fascinated with who exactly wrote this Hebrew. Was it someone imitating the Hebrew script? Was it someone who was personally knowledgeable, a scribe? I don't know. But at any rate, you can see that there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity to the Hebrew. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today. And kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to the broader population. Not an especially well-liked man, because these prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols. And of course, there's quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical texts of phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down in this period. That is the 8th century and the 7th century before the Common Era, the early 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the text we have in the later Persian period that we'll speak about in a little while, by the students and the schools of these prophets as they strove to solidify the teachings of their predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements. And many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in a biographic form, which is absolutely fascinating. It is also worthy of note that you see that the prophets in Judah played a national role in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic morality and decency and conduct, and wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful readings for the contemporary era had a phenomenal impact on the development of Jewish thought over the millennia. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or in Hebrew, Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. He was secluded as a child, became king at a very young age, and very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given like what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the fifth book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts or mitzvot commandments of the earlier four books. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear, what does the book say? And the book is opened, according to the rabbinic teachings, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tochacha, which describes how the Jews would be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they have strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he tears his cloak in mourning, right? This is a basic mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text, that, you know, especially in the book of Kings as opposed to the book of Chronicles, there's like sort of like an epitaph for every king. This was a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Yoshiyahu is clearly one of the good ones, and bringing the Jews back towards the old-time phase of Judaism as it were. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles, and Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. You know, I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists, who basically take the Bible exactly at its word for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning it strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin. How can you even assume that any of this happened? And we saw earlier that, you know, the golden era of the United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon is hardly a trace in the archaeological record. You know, you have the Tel Dan stele, which is 150 years later. You have the House of David existed, but what exactly was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before the Omerides in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's a kind of, in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because I have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, you know, it's not a mathematically conservative position. It is an overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally archaeologists discover a tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that, oh my gosh, this is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, or a former parking lot in Jerusalem. You can imagine in the Holy City there is a tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. So this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site discovered an amazing thing. This bullock, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used clay says it belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. If you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, we see that King Yoshiyahu had a servant who was named once in the Bible, named Natan Melech. It's exactly the right name, found in exactly the right place. It helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. I love when we find things. At any rate, the story will not end well at the end of this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria, and they are going to invade Israel as well. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era, and that's when we have the next great exile of the Jews, this time primarily from Judah to Babylon, and that's where we'll pick up the story next week. Thank you very much for watching.
Gypsy got tired of it. She went online, she got a little retarded boyfriend, and well, they both ended up going to prison because he stabbed her mom to death to set her free. That story was so crazy to me, it blew my mind, because it had me sitting there thinking, 34 years.
The Babylonian exile could be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness and frustration and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence. But there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is through progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although it's still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with Sanherib's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population, as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new populations in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche it is huge. There's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the date of Tisha B'Av, the ninth day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, the 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews, even to this day, with the limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century, up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple would refer to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Achikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were more hot-headed and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in a nearby mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to apply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Achikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 till 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region, and according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen, based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is set between the two temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly used, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that would last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that maybe we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street.
It looks like you and I maybe can be related. Yeah, we hear you.
I wish I had the capability of growing a beard as well as you, but it just hasn't happened.
How old are you, Skipper?
One that's
I'm
especially
old enough to have a
important
beard.
to us.
Really? I know at some point, fair enough, yes. At some point, it seems like you do want kids to an age where that would maybe be the point where it's not gonna happen once you get past that age.
I think mid-30s, I should be able to do it if it's going to happen, and I'm okay with it not happening.
I know, oh my gosh, it's totally fine. Yeah, I have not shaved, I don't think in 5 years, so I just need to get it over with and just get it just out of my system, because now I've just had a beard for 5 years, but it looks like you can have a hell of a goatee if you wanted
Beyond
it.
the river,
I feel like the goatee is the easy way out. I always think goatees, no offense to anyone with a goatee, is from someone that can't grow a natural beard on the side. It's just there in the middle, and I'm just like, what about the rest, you know?
And also, I swear to God, I'm glad you just said something maybe negative about goatees with this Skip. I would say never grew one. I think it's weird. I think strange people growing goatees, I don't even know when they were. I don't even know when they were popping. Thank you, great. I don't even know when they were popular. When was that, like 80s or 90s? How does something like that even happen?
They just started in the 90s, I feel like they were never a thing in all of history until the mid-90s.
Yeah, I would say never. Anybody who don't do a goatee. What is your first name if you were calling you Skip on? Skip on is fine.
Skip on is fine. My first name's Matt. Skip on is a play off of my last name, which
Is Skip on? That would be funny if your name was Matt Skip on.
no one named it yet. That's just sort of a nickname I go by every once in a while.
We will see how later
That's fine.
the
It's been there since college.
dynasty of the
Oh, nice. Wait, so you came up with Skip off or somebody else came up with Skip off?
Someone else came up with it, and it just stuck. Mostly because of me, not because of anyone else, but because I just kept using it.
What does it mean? Hold on. Is there a meaning behind it? What is Skip on? Because, oh my gosh, it conjures up different things in my head when I'm hearing Skip on.
That's a good question. It was given to me by someone with an English accent, assumingly from England. Gosh, that's a thing that they would know and I don't, so maybe it's a negative thing and I'm just unaware.
Oh my gosh, it's a positive thing. That's sweet. That's cool. That English person gave you an accent, man. That's on my bucket list. Every English person give me a freaking
that they could worship as they please. This is recorded in a lot of documents like the Cyrus
That'll happen in the future. It's never too late.
of
I
this
know. Never too late to say never. Never too late to die.
It sounds like
Ezra, which describes Cyrus' essential blessing to the Jews to return to Jerusalem
Bath be
to
careful,
rebuild
man.
their
With bath
destroyed
bombs, if you ever do one of those, they
temple,
make
rebuild
the,
their out of
the
gratitude,
bathtub pretty
by
much
the
a
way,
booby trap. If you try to
Jews
walk, like step foot in the
instituted a
bathtub,
daily
it makes it so incredibly slippery.
the sacrifice
I
on
would put
behalf
some
of
of the
the
sticky stuff
emperor,
down first, you know, like the padding that your grandma used to have.
presence
Oh
in
yeah,
the
you
modern
got
day
it. The
liturgy.
padding. Yeah, my grandmother had these wonderful
Little
flowers. They
paragraph
looked like daisies or something. And yeah, you put them at the bottom. They were sticky, so you
blessing
slide
for
around.
the government,
Yeah, that's a good call. I feel like that would be a good business to go into, specifically with the
At any
name,
rate,
but
the Jews are
we'll
very
see how
happy to
that goes. I don't even know how to start a business or anything, but maybe I can just
I'm gonna go get on Chat GPT. That Chat GPT. I'm scared. I'm scared to get on Chat GPT. I am scared that I'm gonna really strike up quite the relationship with Chat GPT, and I'm not gonna get off it. So I'm just gonna get
maybe like that movie
back to
Her.
them.
I know, I love that movie. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen to people. We don't realize this. All the people, it's scary. I don't even know what's gonna happen. Once all the poor people are not gonna have their jobs anymore, and then all just the rich people are gonna get richer. What is gonna happen? And then AI is gonna just kill us all somehow.
The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which are quite unusual stylistically as well,
It's too late already.
they're much
I
more
know.
like
Oh, for sure. It's far too late. That's why we have to listen. Do you ever listen to Vampire
they
Weekend?
describe how Ezra and Nehemiah came
Yeah, my gosh, that one that starts off with Mansion Roof. If you want to feel happy, it's got about that whole album to make you feel happy. In between, and think about the AI stuff because it is hard not to think about.
restore Jewish
Yeah,
society
it's
there were two
absolutely
major
scary.
priorities. The
I
first
like that
was,
where
of
you can,
course, the
I like to fish
rebuilding
a lot.
of
I
the
know you guys
temple,
talk about them
the
sometimes. Did you go
reconstruction
to
of it
fish in Austin a
physically,
week or two
and
ago
the
or a couple of weeks?
reinstitution
Not.
of the
I think
daily
I was
worship
out
of
of
the
town.
family.
I wish I
Also
went one
related
time
to
in
that
Denver to
was
the
a
with the
concerted
Dick's
effort
Sporting
to
Goods place. I
consolidate
loved
the
it. I just was
modalities
hearing
of
the hiss
worship.
of balloons
So
being
much so
made in
that
the
all
parking lot the whole time with
heterogeneous
all the
types of worship
nitrous. That is a
were
hell of a
strictly
time.
banned.
It
And
was
some
great.
scholars say
That's when I was
that
still drinking,
the
though, and I
Persian
remember I
period
was
is
at the thing and I started
especially
feeling
important
desperate, like I had to get the
defining
fuck out of there because I was
future
too drunk and I
trajectory
was amongst
of
thousands of
Judaism
people
as
and
a
I'm kind of
whole,
spinning
because under
around
Ezra
and
Nehemiah, the
it
Jews
was
really
too much. But the first time I ever
rejected
did
a
join
lot
Vince,
of
I heard the song
foreign
Lizards
worship,
for the first
and they
time by Fish,
concentrated on
and I
a
love
particular
that song, The
way
Lizards
of
by Fish. That
understanding
was the
the
first time I
Torah
ever
as
heard
a
Fish
whole.
as well.
Lots more to say here,
Yeah,
but
the
once again,
parking lot afterwards
very
and
briefly
beforehand
here.
can be
It is important to
absolutely
note that,
disorienting.
as
Funny that you
the
bring up
sages
Lizards.
say,
My wife,
if there
that's
is
her
no
favorite
flower,
song, and
there
we've
is
been to
no
way too many
Torah,
shows.
meaning there
But
has
she
to
finally
be
heard it for
some
the first time this
financial
year, and she
support to
was
allow this to
ecstatic.
happen.
Oh my
But the
gosh, is that
Persian
one they do
royal
normally play? They must not
treasury
normally play.
underwrote
Maybe once or
much of
twice
this
a year, but
activity,
yeah, they
underwrote the
haven't played
reconstruction
it
of
in a
the
while.
temple,
They played it the last two
provided
shows we were at, and
exemptions
after
to
getting out
all
here for
the
15 years
members
or
of the
whatever.
temple, the Levites in
And
particular,
hold on,
which
I
gave
also,
them
so I have to ask you a
huge
question. I also, the
advantage
first time I ever did
terms of
acid,
their
I heard
social
dubstep
status and
music
their
for the first
personal
time.
wealth.
So
There
I
was like
love
a
those two things. Now, do
real
you have anything
support
like that
for
where
the
you did a
effort of
drug
building
for
the
the
temple
first time and worked with a
administration
certain
and
band or
at least
something?
towards the beginning
Back
of
in the
this.
day,
Just to show you some
I
interesting pointage from
can
here,
say yes or no,
this
but I
is
maybe
a
took some
mock. Those
mushrooms.
of you who study
And it was
atomic
actually at a
issues,
fish
this
show,
term comes up with some
and
frequency.
they were
And
playing a
on the right
specific
in
song.
Paleo
Again, this
Hebrew
was
is the
years and years
term
and years ago.
Yahoo,
But it was the first
which
time I
means
heard the
the
song.
source
It
of
was
product.
just,
This is a
it
very
didn't say
early
not
one,
even
from
a
the 6th
melody or
century
anything like that.
there.
It was just
You can
noise
see
and
on the
music.
right there is
And
Antigo there, which
that was
has
a little
links
bit of
to
a,
Persia.
no pun intended,
And
but a
on
little
the
bit of a trip.
left is, I see this
A
described
little bit
as a
scary.
lily,
It was right before set
which
break.
is
I had to sit through
interesting,
set
but
break
this
for 30 minutes,
not
just
scientists
feeling the way I was feeling. And,
with Jewish
that
thought.
maybe a
I
little better, or maybe
believe
it did
this
get a
is
little better,
rather a
but
representation of a
it was an experience.
You made it through. Yeah, last time I did mushrooms, I ended up on my couch crying. So I'm probably going to give it a little more time before I touch anything like that again.
I feel like you just never know. It's always a gamble.
Here's another one.
I know, it could be a fun gamble, but it could be a nightmarish gamble.
This one,
But that's life. Every day we wake up, we're gambling with the AI. It's like, when, seriously though, when will they take over? I mean, what are we talking about? 5 years, 10 years? What do you do for work, man?
But as the medieval commentator Rashi says,
For a software company,
scholars
so
tells us
it's
all
extra scary.
beginnings are difficult.
See, I almost had
So
some
the
sort of a
return
feeling
to
you don't
Israel
do
was
anything
marked
with AI do
with
you.
very, very difficult issues.
All I hear about all the
The
time
first
is how
is, for
AI is going to
example,
be coming on board.
relatively
They're going to
limited
already using it for lots of
for the
things. But I'm just
return to
thinking every
Zion.
time that these people are telling me
In fact, when you
about
look at
AI and
the
how it's going to help our
numbers,
company, I'm just
less
thinking
than
about what about
50,000
helping me?
people are
Yeah, what about, the AI is going to take those jobs, right?
percentage. But it's clearly
I
a
think
fraction of
that's
all
the
the
secret. I
Jews
think
who
that's
were
going to
living
be
in
the plan. They're
Babylonia
just not
by
telling us,
this
even though it's
time. To
obvious.
be fair,
Yeah, it's like an
the
office
Babylonian
space.
exile
Your
is
office
already,
space where they get the
been there
dudes to
for
come in and
several
they start
decades,
clearing
and
people's
they're
jobs
relatively.
out.
We have some
Well,
archival evidence
oh,
from
be careful.
some
I don't know.
family
So what do you
records
start
that
doing in your
suggest
position
that
then?
Jews
What
were
is start
involved
trying
in
to
a whole
hoard some
series
money
of
up? Start
economic activities to this time. It's
amassing
simply
weaponry? What do you do in your
to a place
situation?
that is
I
that has
don't
been
know. I
destroyed
don't have a plan.
several
I'm just
decades
sort of
earlier.
hey,
Why would
when
you
it
want to do
happens,
that?
it happens, and I'll
My
figure
family
it out
also
then. I'll see what's
Lithuania,
available.
but
We
I
can
have
even make a plan.
not,
Who knows what's going to be available in 6 months
I
or
would like to
a
move
year
back
or
to
6 years. I mean, it's going to be a
Canada,
totally different world, I
but
think.
to go
Totally.
back
I
to
mean,
my
everybody has a plan until they get
actually
punched
my
in the
great
face.
grandparents' homeland, I don't have the
Right, then
same
it
kind
falls
of
apart.
enthusiasm
Then you have to
for it,
just
and
think
so
on
I
your feet. I
understand
know
that
that's
the
what I'm
thinking
just
of
thinking.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, there's all these
also
preppers.
very
Well, they better
curious, especially
be ready
in
for just
the
the
Yahoo
psychological
itself,
warfare of
was
the
that
boringness of
Ezra
every day. They have all these
mounted
supplies, but
some
what are they going to do is they can
social
make it day in and
legislation
day
that
out with all the
intended
boredom.
to
I
in
don't think I
particular
want to be around if
curb
it's the
the
end of the world like
widespread
that. I don't want to be with any of
intermarriage
these
that
prepper
was taking
types. I
place.
don't think.
They
I
felt
don't even
that
know where to
the
go. Like, do I just go
intermarriage
outside? Do I live outside? Do I just stay in my place until I can't afford the bills anymore and someone takes it from me? Is there going to be a rule that, you get an extra year because you don't have a job and AI is taking over and the banks can't do anything? I don't know.
They might trap you in your house. People's houses might become jails when the robots come. Trap you in jail. I don't know. There's all kinds of horrible things that can happen. But let's hope it's after work on. Then it can happen.
Jewish
Yeah, who
family
cares
life
after
as
all?
a
I feel
whole
like that's the plan. I mean, you know, with AI,
intermarried with
everybody's
kind of like
creating
the
it
other
as if
side
they're
of
going to
the
get
coin.
us soon, and don't worry about the
So
next
this period
generations. But
basically extends
I
for
feel like
about
I have a
200
decent
years
amount of time left,
until
so
Alexander
you know,
the
modern
Great
medicine.
will
Well,
invade the region,
well, man,
and
it
this
was
will
such a
mark a
pleasure, and I
phenomenal
hope
impact on
everything
Jewish
goes
history
well
because he
with
will bring
everything.
with
And I
him
hope y'all hear
a
the
series of
lizards again.
ideas which
I'd
we
love to
collectively
hear the
call
lizards. Oh my
Hellenism
gosh, I would
that
love
will
that.
have a major
It'll happen.
impact
Just
on
believe
Jewish
and go to
history.
enough shows.
Okay,
I
so
know.
see you
That's
in the
what I
next
was
video.
thinking. I've got to
Thank you
start
very much for
going to
watching.
shows. Well, I appreciate your time. Yeah, my gosh. Thank you so much for calling in. Totally appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely. Talk to you later. Okay, bye. Great. Oh, man. Do you feel like you have a bit more job security?
The period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, stands for the world of the prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens. But this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon Hatzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness, and in fact Alexander is a very old Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Olav Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem, Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth in the rabbinic sort of like map of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. Hence we get the term, by the way, Semite, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems, really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And it said that Rabbi Yonah, a very important medieval thinker, said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration that's associated with prophets. So there's no question, there's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and the medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Pesachim in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper-class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called a triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. The room is also called an andron, a men's room, literally, because it was typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people, and their model of free people's eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names, there's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, who's so-called. Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. The tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentations, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later. The theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater in general. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well. And, Jews were frequently in the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, the Sanhedrin being a great court of the Jews. And the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number. In this case, we hear is 72 men to judge cases of Jewish law, but the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This is what was going to become a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle, that in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were, grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who is the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedank experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic, and it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition, and so, but it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in there, you put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious, but the fact is, it's still too hot, and you really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put in some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, and no one knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chickeny water. And this is precisely the problem of the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture is so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identity, their own value. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditionalist element of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the very powerful and tempting culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for watching.
Yeah, it was bad, no Miles. My fucking dad, Larry, ratted my ass out. What I did was not that bad. I mean, I had a math test with Mr. Cliff Miles, and I hadn't studied enough, and then I skipped the class and told them I had like an orthodontist appointment, and I didn't have an orthodontist appointment, and then
chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians, or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days, and so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived, let's eat. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes at Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that After Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in a previous lecture. You can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, or more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Judaism looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabi, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict, with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops, simply could not be engaged in a straightforward, middle-of-the-field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword, and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band, by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Elazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse. And the artist, obviously, in this example, could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and striking it from above. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman pincher of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the 1st century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, or something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. A Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition, is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting, on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Chanukah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. Yehuda HaMaccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda HaMaccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, he said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters, who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimus, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. We have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. All these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Eliyahu Tester, for example. If you note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient, regarding Hanukkah. When it says, Bayamim ha'hem, Bazman hazeh, in those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, and the Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I want to wish you a lifted and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for that.
I love it. How are you doing today? Fantastic. How are you today, Mr. Ryan? Cool. Doing pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Had a good time on the road machine earlier, which was fun, and then I was just going to ask if you were staying healthy.
Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariamna, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We'll spend a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right, in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabi, and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion, and as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this, or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomzion Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis, the sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin which is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center, and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomzion Malka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomzion Malka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name, Shlomzion, means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just, 100-odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlom Tzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult, and so on. So Shlom Tzion HaMalka in many ways actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlom Tzion HaMalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, I grew up going to church, and I pray at night, but I have not gone to a church in, I don't even know how long, but yeah, I totally grew up going to church.
Yeah, I don't think going to church is the important part. I think the relationship you have is the important part.
Yeah, for sure.
It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political, military, and to a certain degree social history of the era of the Hashmonaim, and I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia, under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in next lecture, and then the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit, though, about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which is then they distribute as instruction to the people, or as rebuke. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing texts that slowly become canonized in this period. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class. A whole different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, a lot to say here. There's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work From the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asked a great question there of, what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not is connected to this aspirational idea? The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian, and we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time, as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular, how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people, and on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Hagadola, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset, in modern Israeli pronunciation, is of course the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution, at 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. The Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region, but it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Hashmonaim, although that would make the Talmudic reading problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Hagadola was apparently, high-level rabbis, as we shall see exactly what the title means, and also some of the latest prophets were included in this. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? how did they convene, who was involved in it, but for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, Rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term Rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term Rav, which means great or large. In a sense, you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rabbi, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term is literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, with that pronunciation, it's actually kind of nonsensical in Hebrew. You don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew, but that's the way it came down to us in English. In Russian, for example, it would be rabbin. All kinds of different ways to pronounce it, but it means my teacher. Now, in the context, this is not a prophet, this is not a king, this is not a priest, this is someone new. This is like an expert information worker. It's a class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular, in the last century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections of them in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era, or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have texts from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier, but that, of course, is from a historical point of view not as ideal as a contemporary period text. By the time we get to that weird year zero, there wasn't a year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us some great ideas as to what it was like socially, but for now, we have to kind of work with the text that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolded. Here's a beautiful image from Jean Fouquet, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this, but what an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. At any rate, the reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because you should recall that around this time, there is a big shift in the center of authority, meaning who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the First Temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main locus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Elkanah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Sark, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction in this early Second Temple period? There seems to be a shifting to away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by the Bible, to use a Greek term? There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority of divine approval. And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally Ketuvim, or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong in prophets like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in the 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible. It's just kind of accepted. By the 1st century, it's just a known thing. Yeah, this is what's included, these are the things which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira, we talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts, those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors, there are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of Rabbi and Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicates, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, but so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at two of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the next two lectures.
I don't even have kids, so I can't even really. Yeah, I can only think about swept away. If Gator got swept away, right? Just be like, come on. Yeah, that's too sad. Doesn't need to do this anymore. Well, luckily that didn't happen, so we don't even have to cross that bridge. Yeah. You don't even have to think about it because your daughters are doing good or they're having a fun summer. They're having a pretty good summer, yeah.
One of the most fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as midrash or midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this midrash and how it is understood today. So, the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period, which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition, and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek early literature, were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in, contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, Midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have Midrashim that move in different directions, or Midrashim that seem to be highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the Midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a rabbinic authority. So there is halachic midrash and there is Haggadic midrash. Halachic is an adjective, an English form of an adjective, based on the word halakha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. Well, much more to say about this as halakha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave. Hence, halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where did those come from? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? And frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. If you want correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halakha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge, it's free, and wide open, and I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Al Yadcha, the Gova Shel Yad. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top. Maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand. Talmud Lomar, and it will be for you as a sign upon your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? Do you put it on the back of your hand? Do you put it on your forearm? Where does it go? It says, well, it's the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart, and so on. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to see about that in the Mishnah. Talmud Lomar, these words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha, be'ezeh zeh gova shebiyad. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is close to your heart and your hands? Well, that would clearly be your bicep, right? So here's an example of the Midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one word each in Hebrew because we have prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar acher, another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. And Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Al yadcha zeh. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata omer zeh smol o eno yamin. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. If you look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liyated tishalchena v'yamina malos amarim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple. Yikes. Her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. in number 9, and Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing. So that means that the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. And for most people, that is the right hand. And the Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here because there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this the Midrash will explore, and of course this is just the beginning of a long exploration which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Aggadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Agada, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the Hebrew word for Genesis, once again from the amazing Sefaria website. And the phrase says, V'yomer kachna es bincha, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this, studying Midrash, if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, b'vakasha mincha kachna es bincha. So God says to him, please, take your son. Amalei, train beneath you sleep. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? But God's, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer. Further back in history, it was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic more than they spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? I've got two sons. Which son are you referring to? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Yishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar lo, so God says to him, Es Yechidcha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave it alone. Amar lo, Zeh Yachid L'Imo, Zeh Yachid L'Imo. God, I don't understand. This one, Yishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Yishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo, Asher Ahafta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. Amar lo, he says, are there limits to emotions? meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? If there's a limit to this, I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amelo, he says to him, okay, Isaac, that's right. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well, and that's one of the amazing things about Aggadic midrash, is that it's so rich and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history.
I am not super curious, but it's hot. It is? Yeah, kinda. It's humid. It's, Tennessee. Yeah, oh my gosh, I miss Tennessee. I've got to go back. I got to get to East Tennessee. We got to go to Dollywood. I got to go to Dollywood. I'm dying to go to Dollywood and eating the cinnamon bread. Yeah, they have wonderful looking cinnamon bread. And there's the kettle corn that the same person's worked at the same kettle corn for
Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things that are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information, which we have called the oral Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the 2nd century in our discussions, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find the answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate, see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. Absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word Peah means corn. The Peah, which is the corn of the field, the first fruits that you would bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibud Av V'Em, honoring father and mother, right? We enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it, is in the next world. Gumul Chasadim, and kindness to others. V'Hava Shalom Ben Adam V'Chavuro, bringing about peace between people. The Talmud Torah connects to learning Torah. Well, that's the best of it. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, Ein pochasin l'peah mishishin. You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah claims to Afal Pisha Amru Ein LePeah Shiur, even though I know I just said that there's no measure to it. Akol Lefi Godol Hasadeh, Lefi Rov Ha'anim, Lefi Rov Ha'anav. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question, and the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nakat, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah that we just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest section, is women, nashim. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement, tubot, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here. But damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as the bathing and ritual immersion and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas. And that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition, the Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that, it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own, and I will hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity. With the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking of the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leap forward in preserving the Masorah that would later be expanded in the Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick 3 brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't want anything like that. God, the guy who smiled too last night was a guy who looked scary. But just
Am I on?
Yes.
hello, how are you?
Excuse me? I'm great. How are you?
Doing good. Just
At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod. in Hebrew, Kudus. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 till the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader, discussion and consensus in the world, but at the same time he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. Have a look at this map here. You see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Amalka, Alexander Salome, she passed away. Her 2 sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that is, you recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people, and he was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of leadership. His brother decided to go to Pompey. In particular, Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll recall him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey, and when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who is still around, is named simply ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater had. Antipater in turn named his two sons to leadership positions. The elder son Phasael was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son Herod was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there's another massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled it like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things we can point to which were exceptional in his reign. But the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at three specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. Much lower down you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over unsuccessfully the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population, and also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their first conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base, even though Jerusalem had far greater status. It was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea, not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his construction cross of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. His summer palace, or maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure, but built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located there, one of his several palaces. Right, that gives you a sense of his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find a balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds. And this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe in himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives. The most famous of whom, and certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, who is shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey. which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamna, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, yeah. Well, you need
diarrhea, that's the thing.
Well, they sell leggings with poop emojis on it. What's the difference?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Should I segue to the sketch group, the Power Socialites?
Go for it.
It's not the most accessible name. People are like, what is it?
Parasocialites, are people too dumb to remember that name or something?
Well, I think it's just like harder. It's too many syllables. I've had people be like power socialites, so I'm like power.
So would y'all ever change the name, or you're sticking to the name?
Yeah, we're ride or die with that name. I'm gonna say, HBO comes up to me, or they're like, we're interested. You change the name. I tell them nothing. So
Came up with parasocialites, John. You did.
Guilty. Yeah. It's shit. I came up with it.
It sounds like you don't want to change it.
I got approval with my 2 other key members, one of which is my longtime girlfriend.
Well, and the other guy's gone, right?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, that's so sad. I really liked him. I remember trimming weed in his place in Boulder.
Just so unexpected that it had to be like, it's suicide by cop, which was like, Jesus.
Pretty crazy, and I'd just be so embarrassed that the body cam footage would get out on the internet. They have all these YouTube channels now where it's just the body cam footage. I'd just be too worried I'd look like a real crazy person before they got me.
Yeah, I mean, it turned out it wasn't like a real cop, but it was like a security guard at the mothership, so they don't have body cams.
And then, so, there's not a body, there was body cam footage.
But it was like,
Wait, John, what happened?
Can't hear you. You're underwater.
Weird.
is that,
Am I going crazy?
oh, there it is. Is it that? I was just, I don't know,
It's hard to say.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, William, I thought, yeah, okay, so Parasocial, I should do this actually. Just look us up on YouTube and Instagram.
Please.
My name on Instagram is John Connor John. I don't know if that's up there. Oh, it is color. There's no space.
Nosebag Grant, come on, man.
He's a doctor. Take the space.
He's a doctor.
Take out those first. Those.
I'm literally working.
Well, thanks for taking the time.
No, actually, I wanted to do something fun because I have an email I have to write to a VP, and
Chat GPT.
I'm going to use something better. I'm going to use William M. What can we do?
What do you have to say? What are you trying to say?
Want me to here? Want me to help you?
Chat BRM.
What's the email? Want me to help you write up?
Yeah, I just need some things from you. So, can you, here, give me an adjective.
Stinking.
Oh, longest pause. What do you do?
Adjective.
Adjective.
Come on, you got this.
Erica, give me an adjective.
Small.
Small. I need an app name. A name for any app, not a real app name.
It's the name for an app. Taco Bell. Is that what we could use?
working
I
out.
was thinking like fictitious, but I need a celebrity.
Taco Bell with
A celebrity?
Yeah,
McGregor.
That's a good one. Good call.
Yeah, they'll like that. This one a VP, right?
Yeah, this is a VP, very important.
Okay.
Any other adjective?
Well, I mean, the first adjective wasn't
Not a describing word.
This is fast.
Anything. You didn't play backflips?
hairy.
Good one.
An example of old tech, old technology.
Oh, that's for Grant. You pick.
Yeah, what do you think, Grant?
What's an old tech?
Betamax.
Betamax.
This is taking so much longer than we submitted.
Run. Is this gonna work?
No, it's not going to be worth it, but we're
What about the Betamax? A what?
another verb.
Oh, there's Ewan McGregor.
Run and jump.
Wait, what are we doing? Another what?
Verb, jump.
I need a small country. Dude, William, your approach to Mad Libs is as if like
I'm very good at it.
A small country.
Wait, do you remember
Macedonia.
Yeah. Remember when you ran Everything is Pretend in Denver? And before the show, you befriended a homeless person and you like invited them in and you like started trying to do improv with them
And it
and
didn't work.
like the host said it did not work.
It did not.
It schematically did not work.
It did not work. I was thinking I was on my cocaine and drinking and thinking it was going to be hilarious, and the guy was not good at comedy. I would have never guessed the homeless guy was not funny.
Such limited stage presence.
What happened? Did you end up having to get him off? I can't even remember.
No, I'm not gonna like.
He's not gonna go there.
Yeah, don't go there then. Maybe I kind of remember now. So don't talk about that.
He's not.
It's terrible.
Yeah, but take care of that guy. And then Sweet Paul, where I got the neck brace from, I was doing that shit.
That's really funny because I brought this up earlier. I couldn't remember his name.
I think it was Paul.
Yeah, he probably had like a really sore neck for like the 2 months that you were coming here.
He did, and I took.
He went on like comedy orders. I remember with the neck brace.
Oh, it used to be my Superman cape. I missed that. I need to find something like that again. Maybe a back brace or something. I don't know. Something. Some sort of like is something wrong with me.
Dude, I dare hesitate to ask for an actor.
Yeah, hold on.
The description of a verb. L-Y.
It arrived yesterday.
Gingerly and a verb.
Spank.
In an email?
Yeah, for the VP.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have replied to you. This is for an email. That's definitely going to send. Another verb. We're almost done, guys.
Yeah, I'm wondering how long this is.
It's 28 pages.
It's a long email. He's probably not going to read it. But it says it's going to say from Taco Bell. Wait, so...
What?
Eat.
Oh, eat. And a sickness. Ew, well, this is where you shot. Need a random sickness.
You love sickness. What's your favorite?
Diverticulitis.
Oh, sickness. What? Diverticulitis?
Diverticulitis. Which my mom has, sadly.
Currently?
Currently.
Is she getting a fecal transplant?
I don't know.
She's not
They're going to have to give her a colostomy bag, but luckily they got a second opinion and that didn't have to happen.
Dude, that's one of those strange illnesses where they just like, they give you other people's shit.
Well, I might need that soon because I have real problems there, so.
Yeah, but you're gonna eat it. You're just eating shit all
Yeah, I already eat it a little, so I could already I'd be okay with that.
I need a random event, like,
Met Gal.
like, oh!
You're on top of that. Damn. Is this how you always do your emails? Just doing it? Yeah, I call my comedian friends. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
It's going to be so anticlimactic, but we are committed. And you can just send the check in the mail. Okay. You still have the same address? Yeah, I have the same address. Yeah, I was pretty sure. What are you drinking?
Flavor?
Oh, yeah, I'm drinking. Oh, that's a fun one.
He loves the sunflower flavor.
Yeah, I love the flower flavor. That's flavored sunshine, which... Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't even know what that flavor is. It's very hard to tell. Entering Gatorade territory of like Glacier Freeze and Riptide Rush. So it's like, okay, sunshine. Ooh, I miss Riptide Rush. I don't ever see that anywhere. Was that the light purple one? Whoa. That's by a cat. There's one of the cats in there. Okay, are you going to read the email? What's the email? I don't see the cat. I don't see a cat. Oh, up there. Oh my God, a cat. Oh my God, they're by the magazines. What kind of magazines you got stashed up at the top? Tasteful pornography. It's a very like Paul Movement situation. Okay, hi Christina. I've been working on a new small powered by AI called Taco Bell. It was referred to you by Elon McGregor as being a potential interested party. Taco Bell works by utilizing theory data and integrating it with Betamax, empowering end users to run and jump while boosting their productivity. At first, Taco Bell will be rolled out slowly, but eventually we hope to conquer Macedonia and then Ethiopia. The logo is currently playing. There have been a few reported side effects to prolonged use of Taco Bell, including gingerly spanking, impulsivity, and even a non-trivial chance of contracting diverticulitis. Either way, let me know if you want to proceed. Looking forward to seeing you at the next Met Gala.
I love it.
Yeah, put your name in.
I think you're getting a raise.
Yeah, you might be getting a raise out of this joint. Or I might be getting unemployment. And you're going to have to refer me to work with you at your stock room. Yes, we can do that.
Deal.
Because I think we can get along in there.
It's small.
You know, a year after my freshman year of college, I was like 19, and back home in the summer, I needed a summer job, and I got declined I got rejected from a grocery store for that entire experience. Oh my gosh, what happened with your confidence after that? That's when I peaked. My confidence was at an all-time low, and I worked at a bowling alley. I barely wanted that job, and it was like $7 an hour. And damn. And look at you now, you got your own flavor. Now I own a bowling alley. Well, John, thank you so much for calling in today. Yeah, man. It's a real pleasure. Okay. Enjoy that. I wish I could have one of those right now. No, you don't get one. Look at John's sketch. They have a funny one where it looks like somebody doo-dooed in their pants.
I love it.
That's the end of it.
Yes, sir.
Alright, bye, Mom.
Bye.
Yeah. Hey.
What do you think of all that?
Grant, is that a good way to do emails? Just do a Mad Lib?
I miss Mad Libs.
I thought it was pretty good. I know, it's good. You and McGregor, what movie did we just watch with this ass?
I don't even really know who that is.
Star Wars? No, Mr. Dr. Sleep. Yeah, he was in Dr. Sleep. Did you ever see that, McGregor?
Yeah.
Did you like it? That was, in fact, I think the image I put up, you can see.
No.
It was Six Sense. It was him with the little kid. He's playing Golden Ritchie.
I know. Danny ended up having a really sad life.
I know, yeah. Well,
Really sad.
but then it was okay. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was pretty good.
We didn't hate it.
Yeah, if you like The Shining, you might like Dr. Sleep. It's after the fact, and I don't like that one lady was good as Wendy, but they should have just used the whole footage. I didn't like they were recreating the footage.
I liked that.
You liked that part?
That was fun.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. was okay. I didn't have to think about it.
And that's his truth.
What do you think? What do we do? Another one?
Good time.
I think we're done that.
Oh, yeah. I guess you didn't hear.
Just for today, since we got someone to have.
For sure.
Fair.
But we do have this.
Oh, we got it. Thank y'all for sticking it out, sticking with us. We appreciate it. We got a Goldie May Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare, Curly at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs, Jenny J. Jess, Jethro Tull, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Thrackle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Keith, Mary, Lawyer Joe, Lou, Mista, Alex, Nigelson, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Boyd, Apollonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Bud, Robert Bushel, Ruby Chua Sparkles, JD Shanakai from the Big Island, Satrack, Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William, Kieran, William, Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie, Warlock, Anthony Whiplash, Margits, and Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's Your Suit, Loving It, Beef, Ben Hash, and Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny 84, Devin Swank, sounds good, baby. Maybe. Berry, Harry Dwalicles, Kiss on the Lips, Dova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Drop Nation, Eli Slugworth, Goldie May Star. Again, thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
A lot. Chungus Barnacle. Cool. Well, thank y'all so much. That is the end. Bye.
Peter's new best friend.
Prince. Makes you want to cry.
It makes you want a song. Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by... We're gonna have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Junior Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
Happy birds, Graham? Hey, Graham. Yeah. Quick question, buddy.
What a bird's trout, my boy.
Man, sometimes I get too thirsty.
Oh, so it's like when they're in the bird bath trying to drink their water.
Those people on, like, radio stations where they do the drinking too much water challenge.
The lady died.
And then they burst. Yeah.
But you get Xbox.
Keith, you should have some headphones.
Oh. Yes, you probably just think we're just talking to talking to thin air. Yeah, you're talking about hold your wee for a wee. Is that what you're talking about? Hold your wee for a wee.
Yeah, I think so.
It was selfish of that woman. She had children, I think. Yeah, she had children, and she was trying to get the weed, Nintendo Wii for the
And she got it.
Yeah, she got it in heaven. Yeah, fucking somebody gave it to her over the fucking gate, and then it's like, okay, we don't know if you're actually supposed to be up here or not. Then it's like you're stuck on the other side of the fucking fence. And that's the last place you want to be in heaven, I would guess. Oh, absolutely. Hopefully they have a bowling in heaven. Trapped on the outside, on the outskirts of heaven. On the outside, I'm looking at... What was that, Stained? I'm on the outside. That was a good one. I liked. There were some of those songs I really enjoyed. That being one of them. That was well, great. It's kind of windy where we are at the beach. It's a little nice warm breeze. God, take me back. I know. How was it? Weren't you? You were recently in the ocean, kind of recently. Yep, South Padre Island, baby. Yeah, you know I had to take a load off. How was it? Was it wonderful? Was it beautiful down there? I hear all these nice stories about it. You know I had to kick my toes up in the sand. It was so beautiful. And the appetizers were to die for. Topless. Topless, bottoms up. What else? Like, so you gotta have, hopefully you had some fried shrimp. You know I had beef lo mein. Ooh, South Padre Island. Had to do it to them. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Thai people down there. You can get a lot of Thai food down there. You can get a lot of Chinese food down there. I wonder what the South Padre Thai connection is. I think just when they started coming over in the Mayflower or whatever, went to Ellis Island, they ended up, they told the Thai people, y'all aren't staying anywhere else, y'all gotta go to South Padre Island. Yeah, they tried to kind of quarantine them there, but fortunately for us, it spread around the states. Yeah, they were able to escape at one point. And at the beginning, they're like, let us go down to Florida. We don't want the Texas beaches. It seems like a Florida beach is nicer, but they're like, no. Seriously, and they would like the Thai people in Florida. No, it's okay. No. Yeah, just listen to us. Get on the bus. Please get on the bus. We're taking you somewhere nice. You can start your family there. It was like a trail of drunken noodles situation.
Love drunken noodles.
Not a trail of tears, but a trail of drunken noodles. Everywhere on that motherfucker. Everywhere on that bus. No, that was a smelly ass bus. I'm sorry, Keith, this year I'm feeling home. Sure. Yeah, William's pumped up. I'm gonna meet you where you are. I'm a little freaking jazzed too. Nice. Yeah, how are you feeling? You're about to go to, so who else is in this concert, Casey? In the freaking one in England? Who else is on the show? Yeah, tomorrow, the place, England, the person, me. I'm going to see Black Sabbath and Metallica, Alice in Chains.
You're right.
Yep. They really are. They're all in the same lane. Oh, it's simply unbelievable. Oh, trust me, I felt the same.
In England, at that?
Gosh. He's flying to England tomorrow, Erica. Yep. Are they going to have like a Lane Staley hologram? Yeah, there's been talk about some sort of 4D Lane Staley experience where you can feel like mist and like your chair will rock and stuff. So, yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's a really good idea. Whoever freaking came up with that shit, that's like the opposite of freaking Astro World. I mean, it turned into a bloodbath. We ended up watching about that yesterday. Yeah, that was not the best way to spend your summer. Oh my God.
Have you heard that guy's music? I've never heard it before. I was like, oh.
You have to get this would be bad music to be getting killed to. Having people crushing in your body. Auto-tune bullshit. And just people going into it, and then other lifeless bodies getting CPR done on them. God, I was thinking, man, if I was on acid, that would have trimmed me out. It's like, get those people, don't do that shit in front of my ass. I don't want to be seeing dead people. I'm on acid right now. In Astro World, what happened here? Please stop being a little, can you be a little less trippy? That's what I would say. You're being a little too trippy. Some EMS guy just looking up like we're trying to think. What'd you say? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And Keith, trick question. Well, no, I don't know if it's a trick question, but a question. What do you think these days if you're doing CPR on somebody, do you put your mouth on their mouth or you don't have to do that anymore?
You could always like put your fingers in a circle, you know, and that way you're not going lip to lip, you know, because you don't want them to fall in love with you.
Oh, so that could happen if you lock lips with somebody. You just,
well, I mean, if you're a good kisser,
especially if you save their life. Like a lot of times, like studies say, the first person you see after you come back to life is the person you're gonna love forever.
Yeah. Which is why so many people fall in love with crotchety old doctors, you know. They're like, oh my God, I must have him, even though he's like 70 years old, white hair, walks with a cane, but he's still practicing medicine because they have a gift and they want to share it.
Just slinging that dick.
Oh yeah.
Everywhere in the hospital. And I thought you were about to say lifeguards. I was about to say lifeguards, and a lot of people fall in love with them because they're saving the people, but no, old doctor.
Well,
that makes sense.
That's a much luckier situation because lifeguards are hot. They have beach bodies and everything, and they're not like some white pube having fucking uncircumcised dick from 1948 fucking doctor.
Yeah, can we talk about
somebody who had to beat him off with that cane?
Let's talk about some of these doctors' pubes real quick. Like this guy, what are you thinking? That's probably what? Like a salt and pepper baby color. Oh, you know it. I bet it smells like rosemary.
Mr. Sheffield Bush.
Mr. what?
Mr. Sheffield Bush.
Who's that?
Mr. Sheffield.
Yeah.
The dad from The Nanny. Yeah, that's salt and pepper straight.
He's got the riff past me. William, he's got the riff past me.
Don't let that rip under the line.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, hold on, what is The Nanny? I'm thinking, hold on, was Fran Drescher?
Yeah, there's a Fran Drescher reference.
Keith coming in here hot, Casey. Out of all the riffs and all the towns and all the places and all the podcasts, you had to pick this one. Yeah, dude, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to go outside the universe you've constructed, but I mean, The Nanny, I hold it near and dear. You know, it's like watching the Zapruder film, you know, Tower 7 falling, you know, that grainy footage from the parking lot structure. Anyway, I love The Nanny.
What are you saying? Is that what the lady, Fran Drescher, is that? No, I can't do it. Wait, how does she even sound?
That's my Fran Drescher.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, she'll go like, hey, good morning. Coffee already? Yeah, I think that's why I never watched The Nanny. I couldn't get over that freaking. But she's gorgeous.
And she's the best dressed, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Her outfits are A+.
Absolutely, to die for. I mean, maybe, like, if you like loud clothing, she did it right.
Yeah, she dresses the nanny for Halloween. Different nanny outfits. Throw up some outfits, brand new.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Well,
Love it.
That could be a good one. What is that, like a camouflage armor? Like a futuristic camouflage? I don't even... That's how the U.S. Army's going to look in the year 2050. Damn. And that's not even that long away. That's not even far away. It's right around the corner. That's what they're going to be wearing on the battleships. That's looking, just all the soldiers. God. Even the guy soldiers.
she looks like a communist got cummed on by an alien.
Jeez, we don't reflect that. Please. Yeah, Grant's in there, dude, and it's just kind of...
Oh, gosh. I'll tell
I'm
you
not
now.
mood for that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, no. I got a big flight tomorrow. I can't. I'm busy. Yeah, Casey's doing that. I mean, that's a lot going on. I got to figure out this game I'm playing on the Game Boy. I mean, come on. You don't need that. The Nanny was fun. It was out there. It was fun.
I brought up The Nanny and then I jizzed all over it. Now I'm messed up.
Put your sorries in a sec, man. We're quick to forgive around here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, everything's okay.
Let's talk about her purple genie outfit. Or this floral piece. That's kind of nice.
Who has seen that? That was San Pedro Island. No, it's not San Pedro. South Padre? Yeah, South Padre, not San Pedro. I thought you were just going to a different island. See, that looks like what you see in San Pedro, but that's not, you know what it's called. Grant, I thought you were taking us all on a vacation this summer. I thought that's what was
Say that last summer?
What do you mean? Like Casey and I went, you said you couldn't go.
Grant, X-Nay on the vacation
pushing me and telling me, well, you know, never mind. Yeah, we should really...
Where did y'all go? I was asking y'all about a vacation.
Went to Shreveport. Well, would you look at the time? Actually, gonna leave a little early, so maybe you guys can finish up.
Y'all went to Louisiana? Keith.
Dude, they abandoned you. They left you out. It wasn't on purpose. I swear to God, I thought you were in the car.
Is it because I've been playing it?
Was this more of a romantic getaway than like a family vacation? No, it was a total dudes weekend. Okay.
Oh.
Man, very much bro hang. Beers and broads, you know the words.
I've been playing my Game Boy too much. I'm gonna blame it on that. I've been playing my Game Boy too much. I've been getting out of everybody's life. It's really weird. I apologize. I'm sorry for that.
Look, man, we're just happy you're around. Yeah, man. One day at a time, play the video game like a couple minutes less. The next thing you know, you're back out there like you were never gone.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe just a little bit less every day.
What are you playing?
Casey, it is this game I've never even seen before. But I was going through the yellow Game Boy on the arcades, and basically it's the spiral. And these different colored balls go along the spiral, and you're shooting the different colored balls from the middle. And then once you get three, if there's two balls of the same color, and you hit another ball from the middle, then the chain goes away. And then sometimes you can do that, and then it can be a bunch of chains all together. It starts going really fast. They got bombs you shoot out. If you hit a bomb on a certain color, all of the colors are going.
Too complicated.
Buzz loop. Yeah. Can you look that up? Do they still, is that Buzz loop?
Man, I'll tell you, I was trying to figure it out. Just telling you the description, I was not sure what to look up. Honestly, okay, I see it.
I cannot stop playing it. I was playing the Star Wars game, and then it started making me motion sick. I was like, fuck this. I'm not gonna torture myself to play Star Wars. I don't even watch Star Wars.
No, you're better than that.
I was torturing myself. Yeah, because it's like, I've never even watched this shit. And I was like, what? I don't give a fuck. I'm just going through the cutscene. I'm just going for it, fast forwarding. I don't even give a shit.
There it
And
is.
it's making me sick. Oh my gosh, 2 chains. That's what I always say when I get 2 of the chains together. 2 chain go out. I'm like, 2 chains.
That's a good thing. 2 chains is a good thing.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. If you get 2 chains, that thing is getting smaller. It's wonderful. I sit there hours just shooting the balls.
It's just like the game Zuma.
That's what it is. The phone game.
And I don't really like how that one looks. What is that? A newer one or something?
The better one.
I played this one a bunch.
Yeah, maybe we don't like that one as much.
Is that a person's head like exploding into the? Yeah, that's a little morbid.
Oh, yeah, kind of little like something weird. Wait, what is that called though? Maybe I should look it up. That's a phone game though?
It's Zuma, Z-U-M-A.
Okay. Why should I play it?
Give us the right word. Use it in a sentence. Oh man, I just Zuma. Sounds very fun.
What's the origin?
I think it's Mayan or Incan. Wow, it's old. It's very old.
Really old. Can you use it in another sentence?
Where'd you get that Zuma?
So it seems like it could be a noun or an adjective or whatever you said earlier.
I think I did a verb. I meant an adverb.
Okay, what do y'all think? Z?
Yes.
Or is it you? I don't even know.
I'm gonna say O-U.
Z-O-U-M-A?
Yeah. I was thinking Z-U-M-A. That would be nice. Or Z-double-O.
Like a zoo, yeah.
Yeah, like a zoo. Zuma, like the mother of the zoo.
Okay, Grant, were you just gonna keep us hanging like this?
I was really invested in you guys guessing.
So none of us got it correctly?
What if you did? Look at that.
Keith! Oh my gosh, Keith!
Zuma champ. Zuma champ. Never played.
Wait, look at you.
That's awesome, man. You did really great.
Keith, seriously, dude.
And the fighter pilot from the spaceship, metal on the other one, is waning in my heart. I'm starting to like this exploding head of fire.
It is trippy as all get out. Oh, it's a frog. Oh, a little frog guy. Yeah, look at it from my perspective. Oh, you doing that?
I should change.
Eye shut a little, kind of. I'm doing it with my eyes shut a little because I have to squint. Also, I'm wearing a pimple patch on my nose, and nobody's commented on it yet. So
Can we see under it?
Yeah, well, no, it was.
Big reveal.
Then I'd have to put it back on, but it won't go back on. I'll tell you guys what. If you guys are really, really funny today, and really nice.
Wait, how have we been so far? I'm a little worried.
Alright. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. Okay. If you guys are really, really funny and really, really nice, I'm gonna let you see the real world. Okay. Do you hear that, Keith?
Yeah. I'll just stay away from alien ejaculate, and we'll be right on pace to win this pimple viewing.
I'm gonna give you a couple different angles here so you can get a good look at that sucker. Yeah, that's right, fellas.
I want to see that thing because I almost feel like I see it a little bit. Maybe I see it a little bit through the pimple patch.
No peeking.
Yeah, this might be nice and big.
Oh, it's juicy. I woke up to an absolute nightmare scenario. I go, oh, it's a beautiful Wednesday. I start hopscotching around my apartment. I love it. I drew chalk on the floor. I catch a glimpse in the mirror. I go, the impossible has happened. I'm an idiot.
And it probably messed up your freaking hopscotch game. And how does one, Casey, for one wondering, how does one play that? It's like you get a rock or something, you throw it, and then you gotta hopscotch to the rock or something?
Grant, you got little kids. Tell us hopscotch.
Oh, I mean, it can get pretty complicated, honestly.
For real?
Yeah. Some people go to war about this. It's a pretty legit thing. Here, I'll put up some diagram. If you guys can read that.
There's chalk tapers, even strips of paper per string. Squares are approximately 16 by 16. How can you read that, William? That is so small.
Yeah. The other one I cannot really. You can have as many players as you want. The first player to have a wart on their finger loses. If you don't see it, if the finger's in their shorts, they can play. If you don't see the wart the whole time on their finger, it really doesn't matter if they have a wart on their finger. And they can still play.
Wow, that's really specific.
Kind of a wart-heavy rule.
So if you don't have warts, like basically you just jump around, I guess?
Yeah, I think you literally do just toss the beanbag or whatever, and then you have to do the one leg or the other leg. And I don't know.
This isn't double dutch.
Not by a long stretch, my man.
No,
It's under a different category in the Olympics.
I mean, double dutch is, correct me if I'm wrong, but, it's a, oh man, a jump rope situation. So totally different, yes. Yeah, totally different.
We never could afford ropes when I was growing up, so I just jumped from rock to rock, wishing they were squares.
Really?
Yeah.
What would you all use if you could have the rope and you still needed to use something just like a string or something?
People would just hold hands around whatever it was.
Like Hands Across America style?
Yeah. We'd wrap around big things that need rope.
And then y'all could just stand around. Yeah.
Like hay bales. And
What else needs ropes?
Yeah. Guys, we're talking about some pretty tough times here. We're talking about 2008. We're talking about a lack of rope.
Well, I bet it made y'all close. I bet y'all got really close.
Yeah, interlacing the fingers, that was something that you only did with people that you
Like a
believe.
That's what I read. You wouldn't do that with anybody, would you?
No, just people that were of the same political affiliation. So, sure.
so Dems with Dems, Republicans with Republicans.
Yeah, you see a Republican and a Democrat holding hands. It was like this, like the end of one of those red handshakes people do.
So they were still holding hands, so.
Yeah, they would. I mean, We had no choice. There was no rope.
Yeah.
I'm talking, there wasn't even twine.
I don't know how y'all made it.
Well, twine would connotate rope if you put enough of it together, so it was a loophole. And they were well aware of that. If we had a surplus of twine, there probably wouldn't have been so much kerfuffle over the rope shortage.
I mean, a loophole, and you do not want a loophole in a rope. I'm serious. You do not want a loophole in a freaking rope if you're trying to tie somebody up or if you're trying to,
Trust me. I know.
yeah, I mean, if you're trying to tie somebody up, you don't need a loophole. And that's how loophole came to be a word.
From time to time.
You found the loophole. No loophole.
No hanging.
What is that used for?
So like in public bathrooms, huh? It just has no loopholes.
I don't know. It seems like something different. It seems like that's something that it would be a person in that.
That's like what you pull to flush an old-timey toilet.
Yeah, it's kind of a bug in the toilet.
You don't have no limbs.
Yeah, why not give me a long string to pull? People were probably using them to brace to stand up. You can't have nothing.
Trying to drink water out of them.
Yeah. Well, using it as a couple.
You grew up without any string, so you see a string like that, you start going, hit the gears, start turning.
Yeah.
You start going,
I can get my hands on a couple of strings like that.
yeah, I can do something with these.
Rent them out. Start a borrow my string business.
Yeah, maybe you just end up finding a bunch of strings and then go back and tell everybody you got all these, you can sell them.
That is probably the one joy of my life is that as a big city living man, I get to go back to rural America where I'm from and tell them about all the innovations. They're still wiping with their hand in most of the rural United States. And I bring toilet paper for them. I bring them boxes of tissues. Stuff they've never seen. Soap that's not in bar form.
What if they got used to using the toilet paper and stuff, and then but where they live, they're not going to be able to find it again?
Well, let me ask you, if you only had one day to live, wouldn't you want to live it to the fullest, even if you found out halfway through you were going to survive and live on? You'd be happy for that time you were living like you were going to die.
Wow, I've never even freaking thought about it like that before. I agree, and I pictured literally the day I tried to live, that song, that Soundgarden song, that would have to be playing during some of that day.
Yeah, also Live Like You're Dying.
She went skydiving, I went Rocky Mountain climbing.
Man, Chris Cornell rocks.
Is that also a sound? What song is that? It's definitely not Soundgarden. He goes,
Chris Cornell solo stuff.
He goes, I went 8.7 seconds on a bold name for Banshee.
Yeah, they named
Chris Cornell song. No, it's not.
Well, I never knew who it was by, but I like that they named that bull after a type of mustache goatee combo.
So you knew the song, it sounded like.
I mean, I've heard, like I said, I'm from rural America, country music. Like, we didn't even know about Beyonce until 2015. So,
they got a late start on Beyonce.
Yeah.
What do people wear for clothes? What are people wearing?
Mostly like potato things. Hand-me-down overalls. You got, we make our own patches. Maybe if we tied some patches together, we could solve this rope problem, but we're not big on thinking.
Yeah, you get a bunch of patches together. Make our own makeshift. Yeah, rope. Makeshift rope.
Like when people tie the sheets together to escape a hotel room, and they tie it to the bed frame, but it's like little tiny ones made of patches.
When you say hotel room, why didn't you say something like a prison or maybe even a hospital? What did you afraid to go to the hotel? What was happening in the hotel? What fire?
I gotta be honest with you, I only stay at the Quality Inn, so it could be a lot of things going on in that hotel room. Sometimes.
Are you double knotting the sheets when you're tying them together?
Always
double knot those things.
What do you want to tie it? What do you want to have to go back and tie it again? You gotta tie it twice once.
Or you can fall, or you can fall and hurt yourself. God forbid. But look at Tim McGraw in his see-through shirt. That's kind of weird. Yeah, how does he pull that off? God, how do you pull something like that off?
Never been any questions about Tim McGraw, which is nuts seeing that picture. That was an album cover.
What do you mean? Like about him touching people?
About him being, like, you know, one of Diddy's friends. I think that's what they call it now. When you don't sleep with the opposite sex.
No, not all people like that. Like Diddy, Grant, edit Keith out.
Yeah.
People can't hear that. There'll be a lot of mad people.
What's going on?
We're doing solos from now on. You're editing. Edit me out too. I'm going to.
All right, just the worst show. Hey, quit it on multiple accounts.
Yeah, I'll just quit it.
You gotta quit it on. Yeah.
Today you gotta know.
He only got charged with flying a hooker from one state to another.
Yeah.
So does he even have to go to jail or anything?
Maybe 10 years, but his lawyers are trying to get him to walk out today.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought he was going to jail for sure.
I mean, if you can get past the fact that prostitution is illegal,
Yeah.
technically, I mean, why wouldn't you want your favorite prostitute from Las Vegas to come hang with you in Miami? I mean,
For sure. And in Nevada, it can be legal in places.
yeah, exactly. There are certain parts of America where, you know, they accept that sex work is real work, and they, you know, allow.
Maybe it's okay. Maybe if we sit down and really think about it a little more, maybe it's okay. Maybe this is a good decision. No, I'm kidding. No, none of us say that. Not even Grant. Not even Grant can say that. Yeah, Grant wanted to defend this guy, by the way. Grant was defending this guy tooth and nail. And
I made it clear I wasn't allowed to, so I didn't.
Yeah, well, we made it pretty clear when I put my damn boot up your ass. It was crazy. For those that don't know, Casey literally goes in Grant's freaking new office in there and freaking plays down the wall, throws some of the 12-pack of drinks down that I'm always drinking. He throws those freaking things. Some of them start spraying, and then literally gets him to the ground. Almost immediately. Says, "Hey, look over here," or whatever, and then gets his ass to the ground. I love to do the distraction method when I'm about to beat a buster's ass. Or go, "What's that over there?" And you're good at it, because I looked over there, I'm like, what's he talking about? And then it's like, he's on top of Graham pretty much. I ripped him in half, basically, like a piece of paper, and I was fortunate enough. My prayer warriors were working for me. I ripped him in half, and I put him right back together. Nice. Well, thank you, because if Mike would have been pissed, that would have been crazy. Oh my gosh, Mike would have been livid. Sealed with the kiss. See Grant in there and started crying and said, "My friend." Oh no. Who would rip him in half? Bryce, get in here. Bryce would probably freak. You know he would not handle it well, the loss of his mentor. Oh my gosh, he'd probably run out and go straight to his freaking place and like shut the door in his room and like stay in his room and like put it on see. No, but like doesn't leave his room for weeks. Yeah, he's like done mentally, he's checked out. Yeah, totally gone, and his family's not around here, so he's bad. Seriously.
It's crazy that this came up because, William, you and I have been friends for almost 10 years now, and I've always wanted to ask you, if you were to be, like, cut in half and survive, would you rather be the top half or the bottom half?
Why the bottom half? Because I can't see myself in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
So I need to be the bottom half so I can still be walking around.
That's what I want to be.
I knew you with the legs.
I've always felt this connection with you, and now that we both know that we have the same preference when it comes to surviving.
And you can probably learn how to shake your toes like you're saying hello. Make a little wave with your foot.
Hands all legs. I don't think I've ever felt this close to anybody, really.
So you would choose that too.
Oh yeah, we're the bottom half boys.
Yeah. Well, I saw something that would be tough. Yeah, not to be contrarian, but me and Graham would 100% every day of the week be top half. Although I would hope, and I hope I'm not being too crass, that my little painter's included.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Enjoy eating.
So we can't just
fuck this existence.
So we can't just cut, you're high up on your legs. It's below the waist.
Yeah, Casey, we'd all like it to be sunshines and rainbows every day, but we're talking about getting cut in half here. You're either top half or bottom half.
That's just the rules.
But, you know,
a lot of the time that people die, because I saw some video kind of recently of some dude who was cut the pug in half, like next to a train track. Oh shit! And his top half was still like working for him. What was he doing? Like He's sitting there and he goes, and I thought Mondays were bad. And his poor legs are walking around looking for his ass. It's like the saddest thing. It's like a little dog that can't find its mama or papa.
It would give you some perspective, though. You know, it's like
Getting cut in half.
Yeah, I stepped in a puddle the other day, and I thought, well, that's a wash on the day, you know. But if I didn't get cut in half,
Yeah, oh my God.
put that in the W column.
Glass half full. Yeah, that's how you gotta try to live your life. At least sometimes, just glass half full. It can be so hard.
Yeah, especially when it's full with your top half. You know, that's a big glass.
Hold on, Casey, are you okay if I was in your back? My back hurts, and I'm also having some sort of digestion issue. Really? And that's granted, before you start snickering back there, that's not a code name for fart.
Why would I laugh at that?
Oh, you're laughing as we speak. You don't think you can hear your voice, dude. You sound like you're laughing.
It's a natural way of talking.
Yeah, right. And this is my natural way of putting my boot in your ass. He'll get your ass on the ground again. You know he will, Grant. And Keith will be there watching.
Yeah, I'm kind of a fight voyeur. I don't really like to fight or anything, but I love watching a good fight. Especially you got the crab man kicking ass. I was gonna say, Casey, you've changed, but I think really the monster inside of you has just come out, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. It is like we rise like a phoenix and beat the shit out of that producer.
It might happen today. It might happen in front of you. That was actually real sweet what you said, Keith. Oh my gosh. Sweet for us, and it got me kind of excited. Almost excited enough to walk my white ass in there and just start going. Oh God. That would be exciting because we could hear it all in the headphones.
Yeah.
Ouch, freak. Ouch, ow.
The sounds of a fight are what I really enjoy. Who could watch a fight on mute, you know?
Yeah, I like hearing the noises.
The whapping. Flesh to flesh. I'm not a fan.
You don't sit in your place and look on your phone and look up videos like that where people are fighting?
Well, if it's my ass getting beat, that's what you're feeling. Yeah.
Have you ever been in a fight, Grant?
Not really.
What was the closest?
Like hockey fights, I don't feel like those count as real fights.
Did you get your shit wiped?
No, I whooped another dude's ass.
Really?
Yeah, but you're wearing hockey gloves, so I don't feel like it counts.
Yeah, same happened to me. I was playing badminton, and I just wailed on this poser. Well, you were there. I was there, and I thought it was crazy because I'd never seen a badminton freaking one of the rackets bend so easily over somebody's fucking head. Casey literally hits the thing, and they have those long, kind of skinny things on the racket. He busts this sucker in his freaky head, and the thing immediately goes around like it's a hat or something. Then he bought some weird hat at the match we were at. Yeah, with spaghetti on him. That's what they call it, the string cheese incident. Yeah, I went to freaking spaghetti zone on his dumb ass. I took him to the information chamber. It's crazy, and it's crazy when you take somebody to the information chamber at the freaking badminton thing. We were so good, Keith. You would have been proud. If you could have seen Casey and I when we were on the circuit.
Just squatting up, beating ass.
Just kicking ass and scoring points.
You know, I always thought it was weird how even professionals in badminton choose to hit the birdie. I believe it's called.
Yep.
Choose to hit the birdie so daintily. It's like, yeah, I bet you guys just went in there and brought that
take us serious, and then it just right at the very beginning we'd serve, and they'd be like, "Whoa, these guys know how to play. These guys are hitting it hard." They were catfishing them every day of the week. I go, "Oh, I feel like I forgot my running shoes." I'd be like, "Oh, I think they're right over here," and then I would trip over like a log over like in the corn or whatever, and then they'd all just be looking like, "Hey, who are these idiots? How do they even make it onto the tour?" You know, you can't. Like, you have to actually play. You have to actually be good to get on this tour. They start whispering, "Who's Dumb and Dumber over there?" Like, who's think number one and who's stink number one and stink number two? I know, we're just dilly-dallying around, and then when it comes time to play, when we hear the whistle, that means it's on. And that means we're taking bets.
Stink number one and stink number two, that's just me.
Yeah, we wouldn't take showers, but that was also a part of it, because it'd be like, were they mentally ill or something? Why do they stink? Was that body odor? What is that? Think again. It's a little piece of trash I keep in my pocket, so it stinks. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like, yeah, I got one too, and then I bend over and like look like I'm opening my butt up or something. Like, this guy stinks.
Do you keep all that stink in his butt?
Yeah. Just open his butt up. Hey guys, get him. He just opened his butt up. Oh, thank God we don't live in a world where that really happens, where a mob of people to kick your ass.
Yeah.
If you do that actually out of public.
Yeah, you can just hold your butt open pretty much all the time, and people will leave it alone. We are blessed to live in a world where you can just spread cheeks and be safe.
It is one of the constitutional rights afforded to many Americans. Even down in the island, which I know. Which island? Why do I want to say San Pedro? But it's is it Tibet? Not the one down there. What is it called? I'm sure it's not the big island. No, the one in Texas. South Padre. Oh, yeah,
The island.
The island. South Padre Island.
Oh, what you gonna do down there? There's some good voice, not a good voice, huh?
Yeah, there's good. Grant liked it. Grant doesn't normally like when people do accents. Seriously.
Hey, I can barely handle my own accent.
Really? You do a good job of it?
Thanks, man.
Now, Keith, what does your accent sound like in a perfect world?
I would say a cross between like a hick and one of those lawnmowers that you have to push yourself. It's not self-propelled.
Are those the kind that they do have a little thing on the handle when you press it? It does go a little.
Well, no, that is just what keeps it running. Is the thing you pull down? I think they call that the stink baby. When you pull the stink baby down, it keeps the motor running. But if you let that go, well, you're done mowing.
Yeah, they call it the Mansfield bar. So it's that's how Jane Mansfield died. The Hollywood starlet. She fell lawnmowers didn't used to have a stop mechanism. She got decapitated. And then they made the bar. That's what happens. It's like the planes crashing and everything. Sadly, it takes somebody's life. And then luckily, hopefully, they change the rules on some stuff. You pray something good comes from it.
And with Jane Mansfield, it's like, it sucks that it was a decapitation because everybody was looking forward to the open casket, And that probably bummed everybody at the funeral out,
Because of her glamours?
Yeah, I mean, now we have to cremate these mutilated remains, and nobody's going to get to stand over those big juicies one last time,
What does what does Jane Mansfield look like? Grant, I bet you could draw it from memory. Why don't you start?
Yeah, just kind of round off a large W. That's what I feel, just draw a picture.
Yeah, she's like a pencil in a thunderstorm. I mean, she looks great.
Letting those hang.
She's a girl on the bottom, not the top. The girl on the top has kind of misshapen.
No, it's no. Use the top as a plug. Hey guys, let's go ahead and edit that part. Okay, let's cut that out. The one with the fat rack that's kind of more modestly displayed. That's Sophia. It was in the Wizard of Oz, wasn't that? The Dorothy and Wizard of Oz. Yes. And she's in Modern Family. 5 Oscars. Yeah, how does she still even do it? I know Modern Family's what 15 years ago, 10 years ago, but it's like, it seems like she would have been much older. It's still on TV though, isn't it? Oh, you better believe it's not. Yeah, they took it off. Oh. Yeah, Sophia Vergara said something very bad. Yeah, and they took it off because it wasn't syndication is what they call it. I think on Comedy Central and some other places. And then she went ham one night, like crazy, in a restaurant or something, and they took them all off. Yeah, she was on La Cienega, and she just had a freaking fit. You hate to see it because she seems like a nice lady otherwise. Yeah, it's sad, and now all those people can't get to make the money from that show anymore. Yeah, so many people are unemployed just because you have one too many volumes with your white wine that evening, and it's like the dad. He's on some airport, some commercial on the airplane now. There is some airplane. I can't remember what it was, but the other week I was doing that, and I was looking at the television thing in front of me, watching it, and there was a scene in the little commercial they were doing for the airplane where I thought it was funny because he was walking, and then like a bag almost hit him, and he moved real quick. And that part, I kept on singing over and over again, and I would always kind of laugh to myself when I would see that part. I'm going to get a drink really quickly. Which dad are you talking about? Just that main dad in the main dad? Yes. The man dad. Oh, yeah, he's very hilarious. It's, I don't know what it is, United or America, who knows, but it's funny, so at least he's still being funny on the airplane commercials. I'm glad that Grant took away the moving pictures. It was really hard to work with all that junk on screen. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Now who can't work with a man like that staring him back in the face? I wonder if that's just for men gel, or does his hair really just look like that? I think that, he probably just ran his fingers through it and was ready for the red carpet. That's a handsome man. It's a thick mane. Yeah, mine will never look like that. Look at this. Look at the difference between this. You have a good head of hair. Keith, look at that head of hair. You got a good one. It's all right, It's a good one, man. It covers up a brain that's hardly functioning. I have like 9 traumatic brain injuries, and putting on shoes is so difficult. But the hair looks good. But at least your hair's like you've got a second like time around. Yeah. I have a lady, she combs you for me. Oh, that's sweet of her. So it's a comb you're using. Hey, Grant, go ahead and bring me back. You can't cut me out forever. Oh my gosh, what'd you get? That's easy. Yeah, I thought you said these have caffeine in them. Grant, well, they stopped. It's like I asked for one thing and this motherfucker, and then it's like, then they stopped getting them. Oh, Grant, what do people just not like the caffeine? It's like, that's like the one drink I look forward to when I come here. No, not in the fridge. Trust me, I looked yesterday and today. Trust me, we'll have some ginger lime over here. You guys want one? It's room temperature. Yeah, I got ginger and I got lime right here. Yeah, dude, he's gonna be on your fucking ass, and Keith and I are gonna watch. Yeah, we're gonna watch. Do y'all just keep that in the background and don't put it out because you don't want anybody else to drink it? Y'all just drink it? No, I just found one of those still in this other fridge. Right. But we do have more caffeinated ones. We say it's not really jump so. Grant, it's like the one thing we asked for. We're about to be paying y'all more for the ad stuff, and it's like, and that's weird. Casey didn't even hear all that. Casey, I don't even want to bring that up. Does this have booze in it? Yeah, there's vodka. Grant, why'd you give Casey that alcohol? We're going to the border. Yeah, we won't be at the border. We could be there in like 5 hours. We will be at the border in 5 hours. If anybody wants to meet us, I'm going to be there. Keith is going to be there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a shave.
That's cheaper down there.
It's way cheaper. I drive to Mexico to get most of my shaves.
I've heard of people, yes, going to Mexico to get their hair cut.
Yeah, well, here in Austin, they want like over $100 to shave your beard, and I'm like,
You're kidding.
my comb
Why
lady,
don't you shave your It's a large beard budget.
I mean,
$100. How often are they doing that?
like 5 times a month,
You're kidding. 5 times a month, $100 every time.
and they won't even come to you. You have to go to their place, and like they always live in these big high-rise apartments.
Well, let's get Grant to teach you how. Grant has taught both of us. He taught my ass how to mess with my beard. Grant would probably be more than happy to show you how to do it.
Well, my dad would have taught me, but he didn't have any thumbs.
Wow, this could be you if you paid the right amount of money.
Now he's got the Mr. Sheffield beard there on the end right there.
Let's get to Joaquin Phoebus. Joaquin Farland. Oh, hold on, what is that stuff with the vitamin C? Emergency. I'm feeling a little sleepy, even though I just woke up. The days are short. Wake up at noon. So, I tried to drink a little caffeine. It started freaking me out almost immediately, so hopefully this vitamin C is going to make good. Yeah, the vitamin C will be good.
Oh yeah, that's a shot of life.
How was the caffeine that was weird? I just cannot handle caffeine. It just gives me like super bad anxiety, and I think most of it's psychosomatic. Well, yeah, I wouldn't mess with it. I don't touch the freaking stuff. The rest of the podcast is going to be you guys having to squeeze me really tight to make the panic go away.
We'll rope you up.
And then you'll feel better. And then you'll feel better. We'll have to hug them, and then you'll feel better.
Yeah. You know, I think if more people just gave each other hugs, everything would be fine.
It's like these days people don't want you to give hugs to people. Get ass first.
Yeah. That was Saddam Hussein's problem, is that nobody ever hugged him.
Well, the problem his son had, I saw some videos recently of him being at parties, and he would just unload his clip of his AK-47 as people were dancing and trying to act like what they were seeing was normal. He's a Uday Hussein. Yes, I think it was probably him. I think one of the brothers was crazier than the other. I think they were both insane. But yeah, one of them was just unloading clips right above people's heads.
Yeah.
At these parties, I was thinking, fuck, if we would be at one of those parties, I'd be nervous.
Would you rather that or just the occasional how about a hug? You know? Like,
Yeah, give me a hug over that.
give me a hug over bullets whizzing pen. Yeah, see, that's
Mel Gibson. It looks like it. Grant, let me ask you something personal and just pretend like I'm the only one in the room. When you see a pretty girl, do you walk up to her, even if you don't know her, do you walk up to her and go, where's my hug?
That's horrible.
Should I start trying that a bit more? I've heard it works.
Yeah, I've heard it works for all of them. You don't look that way.
You'll pretty much have ruled yourself out of any other kind of relationship with this person, but you'll get that hug, and that hugs. I mean, is that how you want to end up? Sitting there knowing that they're going to hang you by your neck till you're dead for betraying your alliances with the American power structure? I mean,
Grant, would you be open to that? People have been saying in the comments and stuff they want to see you on the street with a GoPro on your head, just asking women about hugs. People are
I've
asking
seen
us,
that in the comments.
sending messages. Would you be willing to do that? Just a man on the street stuff for us?
I mean,
We'll pay you.
He'll pay you like as much cash as we've got in hand.
We never get cash.
I've got a lucky $2 bill with your name on it if you can hug 100 people today.
I fucked up. I actually went to the bank because I got paid my rent. So I have like 18 grand. I pay 18 grand a month. I'm doing very bad. Like financially, I pay 18 grand a month for my place, but it's massive.
There's a house, right?
It's the museum. It's the Lyndon B. Johnson Museum. Oh my gosh, and that's a pretty cool museum.
That again?
You get to be in there the whole time. You know, it's like a permanent pass.
Night and day. I cannot sleep there because they say that Lyndon will wake you up. But everything else is a dang free for You can just sleep outside of the house at night and then go in the daytime, like to take a shower and sleep.
He lived there too.
His little ghoulish ghost does. I mean, sir, the ghost office is right there. That's where I think of my
Johnson City.
freaking Johnson City.
Wait a minute, you're telling me.
Yep.
Lyndon B. Johnson is dead.
Yeah, the guy that got us into Vietnam.
I'm not ready for this, guys.
Yeah, that monster.
You're telling me a wartime president, Lyndon B. Johnson? Well,
Kennedy was